Physician Group, and Cook Children's. Tarrant County encourages improved control of asthma to reduce the impact of this chronic condition on the health, education, economic well-being, and quality of life for all people in the county. So that's our resolution. We do recognize May 2024 upon its passage as Asthma and Allergy Awareness Month in Tarrant County. So that'll be a motion to approve that resolution.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. Everyone in here? All right, it passes unanimously, and I'm going to present it down here. We'll take some pictures, and then we'll have whoever would like to say a few words.
Thank you so much. So, on behalf of the Asthma 411 Consortium, I just want to thank you all for helping us to raise awareness of asthma and allergy and its preventable burden through the proclamation. And I also want to thank our school health partners on over 350 campuses in Tarrant area. Last year, they reported 1,467 incidents of respiratory distress among students who could not breathe well enough to stay in class and didn't have their own medication. So through our program, they were able to provide that medication. 83% of those children were able to safely return to class, and we estimate reclaiming about 4,800 instructional hours. So we continue to work to improve asthma management, and we thank you all for supporting awareness. And yes, I'm so glad you have your quick relief medication with you. We can be a model for that. Thank you all so very much for everyone helping to support the health and well-being of our students and Tarrant County. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next resolution will not be presented today. I'll actually be presenting it at the ceremony on Memorial Day, but it is a resolution for the 95th annual Fort Worth Memorial Day service at Mount Olivet Cemetery. I went last year for the first time. It was quite an event. There was a flyover, lots of people there celebrating our country and those who have given up their lives in service to it. I'll read it into the record. Since 1929, various Tarrant County veteran, civic, and patriotic groups have gathered at the Doughboy and American GI statues in Mount Olivet Cemetery to honor the brave men and women of all wars who have given their lives and made the ultimate sacrifice to preserve our nation's liberty and freedom. These solemn ceremonies are held on Memorial Day to pay tribute to such veterans and their heroic efforts. The valor and selflessness of those we remember will forever be etched in our hearts and remembered by generations to come. On this Memorial Day, we honor all our fallen soldiers, their commitment to our country, and their legacy of patriotism and sacrifice who, by giving their lives in the cause of freedom, have protected and inspired all Americans. The Tarrant County Commissioners Court does hereby call attention of all citizens to recognize this Memorial Day as a day of remembrance and to pay deserved respects to all that have died in war while protecting our nation, our freedom, and our people. We also urge everyone to pause and reflect on the awesome magnitude of past sacrifices and on the continuing service that members of our armed forces valiantly provide today. I'll make a motion to adopt this resolution.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. All right, it passes unanimously, and I will present that at 10 a.m. on Monday. Our next resolution is honoring our retiring Fire Marshal, Randy Renoir. Randy, where are you? Everybody give Randy a big round of applause. I'm going to read this resolution into the record, and then I'll come down there, present it to you, and you are also welcome to say a few words. Tarrant County Fire Marshal Randy Renoir began his career with Tarrant County as Deputy Fire Marshal in 1991 and was named County Fire Marshal in 1998. After proudly representing Tarrant County for more than 26 years as fire marshal, Randy will be retiring on May 31st of this year. Randy has worked closely with the Texas A&M Forest Service and the Texas Intrastate Mutual Aid System during wildfire seasons and established 5 wildfire strike teams from Tarrant County Fire Departments to respond to wildfires across our state and surrounding communities. Randy established and helped operate hurricane shelters as well as coordinated local responders' efforts to Hurricanes Katrina, Rita, Ike, and Harvey, and also served as grant coordinator from 1999 to 2006 for federal and state Homeland Security grants to provide approximately $4 million in equipment and training for fire departments across Tarrant County. Randy served on the Texas Department of Emergency Management Committee, establishing a statewide mutual aid system for responses to all hazards incidents, and helped establish the Tarrant County Mutual Aid Assistance Agreements for fire, EMS, and explosion investigations. Randy was Tarrant County's representative on the North Central Texas Council of Governments Regional Emergency Preparedness Council. That has more letters in that committee than any I've ever seen. Appointed by the governor to the First Responders Advisory Council and served on the State Fire Marshal's Fireworks Advisory Committee. Randy has been a fire instructor for 15 years at the annual TEEX Firefighter School in College Station, as well as a fire instructor at Weatherford College and Tarrant County College. Now therefore be it resolved that we, the Commissioners Court of Tarrant County, do hereby recognize Fire Marshal Randy Renoir on his exemplary service to Tarrant County and congratulate him on his retirement. I will make a motion. We adopt this resolution.
Second.
We have a second. Any discussion?
Have a number of seconds.
Yes, no shortage. Cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. And Randy, we thank you for many years of exemplary service. We appreciate all you've done for Tarrant County, and we want to stand and honor you.
I appreciate it. I'm a full-grown man and still cry, so I apologize. Judge, sometimes on Appreciation Day, when you talk about those that have been here a while, they tell you majority of the time that it's all family here at Tarrant County, and it's that way. Everybody in here is one family, and it's been that way for me for 32 years and going. And I've always strived to do the best I can. I've always tried to take care of the citizens of Tarrant County, and it's because a lot of these people in here today that have helped me do that. And I appreciate the opportunity to have this, and Tarrant County is a great place to work. Commissioner Brooks has been my longest serving commissioner, and we've done a lot together, and I appreciate you very much. Commissioner Fickus, the same too. And I just appreciate everything that everybody's done for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Judge, if I may.
Certainly.
Randy, you and I started at Tarrant County the same year, 1991. And we have worked on many things that have benefited the citizens of Tarrant County during that entire period of time. I especially remember our efforts to help those who were affected by Hurricane Katrina, and that was a time that showed me, and I think you as well, the necessity of all of us coming together as a community to help out the strangers in our midst. That's what we are called to do as public servants, and you have done that extraordinarily well since 1991. I wish you the best in whatever your next adventure is, and I hope that you'll come back and teach me how to be retired. That's all I do.
Thank you.
All right, well said. Next, we have a celebratory resolution honoring Hannah Taylor Schlitz. Commissioner Simmons.
Thank you. Hannah, I would like you to stand. You guys, this is Hannah Taylor Schlitz. And today I wanted to take this opportunity to honor Hannah with this celebratory resolution. Whereas Hannah Taylor Schlitz became the youngest graduate of Texas Woman's University a couple of weeks ago on May 10th, when she earned a bachelor's degree in sociology at the age of 16 and 3 months.
Wow.
She's 16. Whereas, let me say this, I too graduated from TWU in Denton, but I was not 16. And it was in 1985. Do you know what that is? 85, probably. So, whereas Hannah followed the academic path of her older sister, Haley Taylor Schlitz, who graduated in 2019, also from TWU, also at the age of 16 years, but 16 years and 9 months, so you're still the youngest. Whereas Hannah's early life began with significant challenges when her biological mother succumbed to tuberculosis shortly after Hannah was born in a remote village in Ethiopia. And Hannah herself was diagnosed with TB, a bacterial infection of the lungs that, if left untreated, can cause death. And whereas Hannah's parents, William Schlitz and Dr. Maisha Taylor, adopted her and later moved to Keller, Texas, where she underwent months of treatment at Tarrant County Public Health's Tuberculosis Elimination Clinic. Whereas, because of Hannah's experiences with Tarrant County's public health services, she now vocally advocates for public health infrastructure throughout the United States, most recently by writing an opinion in the April 25th, 2024 edition of Newsweek magazine, in which she writes, quote, "My recovery from tuberculosis was not just a testament to medical science, but also to the strength of the public health infrastructure in the United States that supported my treatment. A stark contrast to the fate of her biological mother in Ethiopia. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Tarrant County Commissioners Court recognizes Hannah Taylor Schlitz on her historic and trailblazing graduation from Texas Woman's University, her overcoming a childhood disease or diagnosis of tuberculosis, and her important health advocacy work to educate citizens globally about the devastating effects of tuberculosis, and her work to eliminate this disease in developing countries and around the world. In witness whereof we have hereunto set our hands and caused the seal of Tarrant County to be affixed this 21st day of May 2024. I move approval."
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously.
Okay, I'll meet you at the podium and present this to you.
Good morning, everyone. I am deeply honored to be here today and to receive recognition from Commissioner Elisa Simmons and the Tarrant County Commissioner's Court. Thank you, Commissioner Simmons, for the incredible honor. It means a lot to me and my family. Commissioner, you are an inspiration to Gen Z girls across the county. I would also like to thank Commissioner Brooks for the support and encouragement he has always given my siblings and I as we pursue our own path of academic excellence. I would also like to take this opportunity to highlight the vital importance of our public health care system, especially the JPS health system. When I was battling tuberculosis, the Tarrant County Public Health System provided me with medicine I needed as part of their public health service. This support was crucial to my recovery and is a testament to the essential role public health services play in our communities. Though tuberculosis is often seen as a global issue, it is rising here in the United States. We must stand together to eradicate tuberculosis here in Texas, in the United States, and across the world. Our public health system are our frontline defense, and we must continue to support and invest in them. Thank you once again for this honor and for your commitment to public health.
Again, Judge, if I may, I've known Hannah and her siblings, Haley and Ian, for a great number of years. I had Haley up here when she was in high school as honorary commissioner for the day. She was perhaps 14 at the time. Haley graduated from law school at 19 from SMU. Ian graduated from UNT last year, 2 years ago, and is now working on his doctorate in whatever it is.
And
he's 18.
Yes.
Extraordinary children, but more than that, extraordinary parents to produce human beings of this quality. Our community, our entire community, thanks you for your pioneering work, William Schlitz. And please tell Dr. Maisha what I said. Y'all are extraordinary parents, and you set the bar very high for parents across this community in the raising of extraordinary human beings. Thank you, Hannah. Thank you, William, for being with us this morning.
Hannah, how long did it take you to graduate from college?
About
3 years. And what's next?
I'm going to do a master's in public leadership at UNT Dallas with a focus on emergency services.
Excellent. Congratulations again. right, the next proclamation, I'm going to let Commissioner Fickus pronounce it. Commissioner Fickus, you're up. So,
Okay, proclamation, and this is, let's see here. This is the Ehlers-Danlos syndrome and hypermobility spectrum disorders awareness month.
Yes, very good.
Huh?
You did well.
Did I do okay?
Yeah.
I understand you have done this for a number of years. Yeah. Well, I don't know how it ended on my plate, but we took care of it. So it's for ratification, and we will be mailing the certificate to the party that it appropriately goes to. So,
all right, so that's a motion to approve this proclamation.
Second.
And a second. Any discussion or comments? All right, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. With nothing else, we will move to a congratulatory resolution on the Wendy Ryan Memorial Roping 50th anniversary. Commissioner Ramirez.
Yes, we've got an exciting one today. Wendy Ryan turns 50, the Memorial Roping. With us, we've got President Maina Haggard, Emily Randolph. These are all board members of the Wendy Ryan Memorial Roping. Marilyn Ellis, Bobby Randolph, and Mr. John Miller. Thank you. I'll read the resolution and then have some words and come down and take a picture. But I would like to say before I start, Wendy Ryan, the roping and the facility and what they do for our 4-H, FFA community, all of the kids out there is absolutely incredible. The roping itself, Wendy Ryan, they've given more than $1 million in scholarships to our kids over the years. And the Tarrant County Junior Livestock Show is similarly situated at the same facility, and they do just as good a work. So whereas Don Jackson, Wendy Ryan Jr. was born and raised in the heart of North Fort Worth, after cowboying around Texas, he found his way home to the Fort Worth Stockyards and established Ryan Saddle Shop and Western Store. Wendy was an avid supporter of roping contests and had close relationship with many of the competitors, who often sought his advice on equipment. And whereas on April 4th, 1973, the sport of rodeo lost their prominent supporter when Wendy suffered a heart attack. Soon after, his friends gathered and created an event to honor his memory. And whereas the first annual Wendy Ryan Memorial Roping was held June 1st and 2nd, 1974 at the Mason Bristol Ranch in Aledo, Texas, the two-day roping event drew more than 7,000 roping fans to benefit the American Heart Association. And whereas in 1976, the annual roping event moved to its current home between Saginaw and Fort Worth's north side, it has become a top attraction to both professional rodeo competitors and fans. Every year on Memorial Day weekend, thousands of spectators enjoy championship calf roping, steer roping, breakaway roping, and team roping in the Wendy Ryan Arena. And whereas today, the Wendy Ryan Memorial Roping Association benefits a scholarship program which has enriched the lives of countless local youth in agriculture. And now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the Commissioners Court of Tarrant County, do hereby congratulate the Wendy Ryan Memorial Roping Association upon its 50th anniversary. In witness whereof, we have hereunto set our hands and caused the seal of Tarrant County to be affixed this 21st day of May 2024, and I would move for approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve this congratulatory resolution. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously.
May I please say a few words?
Emily has some envelopes here for each of you. We want to thank all of you so much for this honor. We appreciate it. It's a love and a passion that we have to try to help the kids, especially for the scholarship and to give them a chance to come and give back to the community. They come and volunteer and help us with the Wendy Ryan. And the opportunities that they have to connect with other people, they get a chance to network. And it's just an important time for the youth to be able to come and work with this, and us be able to give back to them to help them pursue their goals that they would like to have. Y'all been given envelopes with tickets. We would love to have you come out and come see us and see what we're all about as we celebrate our 50th year. We're going to have a Hall of Fame. We're going to be inducting some wonderful ropers into our Wendy Ryan Hall of Fame. And it'll be our inaugural class. So we'd love to have y'all come out, especially on Saturday. Thank y'all again. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
So our next resolution will also be handled by Commissioner Ramirez, but this is a very special one because this man, Deputy Sheriff Brent Brown, is lucky to be alive today. Commissioner Ramirez, take it away.
Well, in November of last year, most everybody already knows, we had an officer-involved shooting in Tarrant County with Deputy Brent Brown. And anytime you get the call that there's been an officer-involved shooting, you fear the worst. You fear that that officer ain't going home to his family. You fear that the community has lost a hero. Fortunately for all of us, and by the grace of God, Deputy Brown is still with us today, and we have a lot of heroes to thank today as we celebrate Deputy Brown and the rest of them who give back to our community. So I'm going to read this resolution, and I'll let Deputy Brown share some things with us, and I want to bring everybody in and recognize them also. With us today, we've got representatives from the Fort Worth Police Department, the Fort Worth Fire Department, MedStar, JPS, and the Tarrant County Sheriff's Office, all of whom had a hand to play in not only saving Deputy Brown's life, but making sure that justice was delivered that day. So whereas Tarrant County Deputy Sheriff Brent Brown was working off-duty at the Fort Worth Community Credit Union November 27, 2023, and whereas a male citizen without provocation walked into the bank and shot Deputy Brown 4 times, and even though he was wearing his ballistic vest, 2 shots missed his vest, with 1 bullet striking his upper chest and the other penetrating his abdomen. And whereas the impact of the shots knocked Deputy Brown to the ground, but he had the strength and resolve to get back on his feet, firing 12 rounds as the suspect ran out of the building and the credit union employees called 911. And whereas the Fort Worth Police Department officers arrived on scene and began securing the credit union and rendering aid to Deputy Brown, the Fort Worth Fire Department, along with MedStar, arrived and continued providing medical aid while he was transferred to John Peter Smith Hospital. And whereas Deputy Brown has recently been honored by the Texas Rangers, where he threw out the first pitch in honor of first responders, and he was recognized nationally by NAPO, the National Association of Police Organizations, at the annual Top Cops Award Banquet in Washington, D.C. Now therefore be it resolved that the Commissioners Court of Tarrant County do hereby recognize Deputy Sheriff Brent Brown for his courage in the face of an unprovoked attack and applaud his strength in his recovering from his injuries. We further commend the actions of the Fort Worth Police Department, Fort Worth Fire Department, and MedStar to come to Deputy Brown's aid following this unwarranted attack. In witness whereof, we have hereunto set our hands and caused the seal of Tarrant County to be affixed this 21st day, May 2024, and I would move for approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve. Any discussion there? All right, please cast your vote. All right, it passes unanimously.
And congratulations, Deputy Brown. Stack of these and bring them down.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Commissioner Ramirez. I'd like to introduce here Brent Brown to you for a few words. I'd also like to ask his Chief Emily Pettigo from the Lawrence Division of Police step forward, Ellen Brown from our Chaplains Division, who has organized much of this. We're going to let Brent say a few words. We'd like to call out the names of each individual here that's receiving an award, if you don't mind, and then the sheriff would like to say a few words. Sheriff Wayburn, would you also step forward with us to represent?
How y'all doing? I had no idea I'd be speaking today. But I wanted to share a few words. Today isn't about me. It's about these first responders behind me. They put their lives on the line every day for our fine citizens of Tarrant County, and their dedication and need to help our people are top-notch. So I'm thankful for them, and that's all I have. So thank you.
Okay, we'd like to read each name from the Fort Worth Police Department. We have Sergeant Chris Ramirez. Officer Luis Canizares. Officer Nicholas Bernal. Officer Roxanne Sanchez. Officer Timothy Kinman. And Officer Wesley Anderson. From the Fort Worth Fire Department, we have Lieutenant Duell Patterson, Lieutenant Gary Presbaugh, Engineer Omar Garcia, Firefighter Kason Edwards, and Firefighter Kevin Flath. From MedStar, we would like to recognize Alexander Ramsey, Harry Strickland, Shannon Rucker. Sincerest thank yous from Tarrant County Sheriff's Office to all of you.
I think they want to come up behind the dais and do that.
Perfect. Yeah, perfect.
We'll get everybody.
While the sheriff is addressing us, I'd like to ask all of you who were just honored to come on up and join us here at the dais. You can make your way either way.
May their supervisors and supporting staff come with
Sure,
them.
yeah.
Everybody would like to be in the picture with each agency, come on up. On the-
Thank you, Judge. As these heroes line up there, this was an incredible event. I remember being at the hospital and the surgeon coming out of surgery with Brent, and he looked at me and he said he lost a liter of blood on the ground at the scene. So every second counted, every second. And Fort Worth PD, our great partners, Fort Worth PD, these guys up here, they got to that shooting scene. They didn't know what was going on. The windows were shot out. They knew that there was multiple shots fired. They did not hesitate. They ran into where the fire could be, and they located Brent, and they started life-saving measures. Every second counted. And the rest of the team followed suit and got him to the hospital. But again, that surgeon saying, he lost a liter of blood on the ground out there. And I think, where you at, Brent? I think he's got most of it back. Yeah. And it was a pretty good pitch at the Rangers. So if they get into trouble later this year, we'll send him back out. But I want to personally thank all those first responders. Fort Worth, you're always an incredible partner. And MedStar, we work the thunder out of you, and I appreciate you. And fire department, you guys come when we call. Thank you all. God bless you. And miraculous moment. Thank you.
Chandler, sir, bring those up.
Yes, sir.
Oh, he's correct. She snuck in the back. We have one.
So many where they responded.
That's yours. It's for Fort Worth PD.
All right, now that we're into the regular portion of our meeting, we're going to do the consent agenda, and then we are going to move the special response teams and jails best practices briefing up behind the consent agenda because the sheriff has multiple appointments that he needs to keep and not cancel. So consent agenda, there's nothing removed from the consent agenda, correct?
That's correct, sir.
That's a first in a long time. All right.
Second.
We got a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda as presented. Any discussion? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote. All votes. All right, passes unanimously. Which then brings us to that briefing item, which is 12B, Special Response Teams in Jails Best Practices. Sheriff, are you starting this off?
Sheriff, is that right?
Yes, sir. I didn't mean to hit you.
I believe so, yes.
All right.
I believe so. Let me come up here just after that very emotional moment. Also, Randy Renlaw, great partner to the sheriff's office. And he was a great partner in my other life, and he's a great partner now, and I certainly appreciate him. And one of the Fort Worth officers that just received an award, if you saw his dad back here, his dad wears our badges. So that's a whole law enforcement family. He's a great group of people. Great group of people. All right. Are you my clicker? Just click it. Is that it? Oh, I have to. Okay. I'll let you do it. I'll mess it up.
Yes.
All right. We were asked, as we put it up here, to just talk about special response teams, or as known in our world, SRT teams and best practices in other jurisdictions, and provide an explanation of why they are absent in our jail. First, as we go into this, I want to just note a couple of things as we go into it for the public. We haven't released this publicly, but we passed jail standards last week with flying colors. We didn't have any dings. We had one ding over in facilities, and one on pharmacy, but none on the detention bureau, and it was an excellent glowing report. Also want to note that last week is Charles Eckerd, our executive chief over the jail, received Outstanding Correction Leader of the Year from the Texas Jail Association. Just top people. Now, this is the first time I've got to do a PowerPoint in here, so please be patient with me because I generally don't work this way. All right,
Next slide.
Yep, there we go. Next slide. All right, here's the difference in the SRT model and what we do. The SRT model is to your left, and the de-escalation or crisis interdiction team model is to the right. You can see very clearly, and I was going to use a laser, but I'm afraid I might hurt somebody over there. is that as you go down the list, the SRT team was very, very important, if you will bear with me, in days prior to a lot of mental illness in the jail. Is that they used a kind of a shock and awe issue, which you'll see in a minute. They're dressed up like SWAT team members. They come in and there's a psychological perception of force on force and those kind of things. We haven't done it for years. We have done de-escalation through training and in verbal de-escalation. However, we've got the less than lethal stuff there. We've got the SRT. If we have a planned extraction, we will gear up like the people that you're about to see here in just a few minutes. And but there's a couple of stages that we need to set as we go. Why do we do de-escalation and others do SRT? And we think that we're ahead in best practices. If I have the next one. I wanted to point out our MHMR inmate population. As you see, this was a snapshot as of yesterday. 60% of our jail population partakes of MHMR issues. You can see down there that over 1,500 are prescribed medication. And I want you to know that last week, or 2 weeks ago, that snapshot was 66%. But as we've seen, the diversion program, where we've diverted people, we're the leaders in diversion, is actually dropped that by a few percentage points. But in 87 or 85% of our force is going to be with the mental health person. So we're taking those things into consideration as we go. And I want to show you, Bexar County has got a SRT program, and this is what it looks like embedded in the jail. If you click to the next one, and there he is. You know, good-looking young man. He's got his helmet on. He's got all of his SWAT stuff. You can't see it, but he's literally carrying a nightstick. He has a taser on his left hip, probably a gas mask over to the right, and he will go in either an 8-man or a 10-man team when there's trouble or when they think that there's about to be trouble. This is who shows up on the scene. Now the difference between them, and I want to preface here, Bexar County, the sheriff there, Javier Salazar, is a friend of mine. I respect what he does. We disagree on a lot of things, including this, but as sheriffs, 90% of the time we agree with each other, and I'm chairman of the Major County Sheriffs in Texas. He's my co-chair, and this is not to disparage anything in Bexar County. This is just a difference of what we do, and they're very proud of this team. They use them as recruiting and that kind of thing, and that's where Bexar County is. Now, I want you to think about this for just a minute. We have an MHMR issue going on, and we call for help, or we see it spinning up, and this young man shows up, and that person with mental illness sees that coming at him. What are we telling him? And I'll tell you what we're telling him. There's about to be a fight. There's about to be a fight. And if you look back at their mission, it's force on force. That's what they're there to do, is shock and awe. And also this telegraphs through that entire pod. Every inmate in there is going to know that they're all in that pod. And when they see, and a lot of special management people that we have, when they see him, I want you to know they're not seeing a SWAT member or an SRT member. They're seeing somebody coming to get somebody in that, and when will they come and get me? And what does he look like? And you can conjure up anything in your mind, because they tell us this. He might look like an alien, he might look like something else, and we deal with those kind of management issues all the time. But I'm telling you, this would spread fear and take any hope away that we have in the pods. That's the reason that we don't do it. And this is what you see coming in Bexar County. Next. This is what you see coming in Tarrant County. You have two of our superheroes there, and these are both special management officers, and they're going through. Now, what makes them a little bit different as we look at that? And what are they doing? What is their thoughts? Well, I think that inmates having trouble, which might lead to force a lot of times, and these people are going, and the first thing they're going to be is they're going to be the inmate's advocate. They're going to try to figure out how to get to yes for their sake. And that's what they do. And when I say advocate, I want you to understand that Tarrant County jailers last year made over 40,000 referrals to MHMR. Our jailers, recognizing that there's issues and ask for more help, over 40,000 times. That's what I mean by advocacy. These guys are also often creating relationships at that, and we'll go into that in just a second. But I want you to know that our jailers on duty is often these people's doctor, they're often their chaplain, often their guardian, they're often their social worker, and of course their correction officer, all rolled up into one for about $53,000 a year. That's who they are. And also our system is built on if they need help, if these guys need help, if it's going south, somebody surges at them, somebody attacks them, within less than a minute in most cases, there will be 20 people on that pod. There will be 20 people including medical. And the intent is that when they come on that pod, is that if they have to control somebody, is that we do this method where several officers are involved, and we grab limbs, and we safely get them to the ground, we restrain them if necessary, but during that whole time, these officers are to be de-escalating the situation. They want to stop it. And that's what is going on here. And this is very much often respected by the other inmates, and as we talk about some other things. Now I want to show you a couple of things, but I want to warn the audience, some of this is graphic, but when we're talking about SRT issues, and we're talking about inmate violence and violence in the jail, it becomes graphic, and force never looks pretty. And if we could roll the tape on the first, this is not Tarrant County Jail with this altercation going on, but I want please watch the two guys in dark uniforms are officers. And this is just in a pod. And all of a sudden, they are attacked. The other inmates join in and on the attack and beating these two officers. And they beat them badly. And they get out and see that officer going down and other officers are going there. Now, the purpose of me showing you that is officers and relationships. Now, the second video is Tarrant County. Where are we going?
They're getting it.
They're working on it? Well, I'm sure glad I'm not done it. This is our pod. Now, look upstairs in the second tier. There's a detention officer visiting with an inmate. All these inmates down here. There's something going on. They hear it. They hear it. We got inmates going upstairs. And the fight starts. The inmate here is very big fellow. Now you see other inmates coming toward them. This is Tarrant County Jail. But what are those inmates doing? They're coming to the aid of the officers. They're coming to the aid of the officers. They stopped that. They got the other inmate off and held him until other officers could get there to assist. That's because those officers on a daily basis create a relationship and they de-escalate, they advocate for these people, and often they're very well respected. From time to time, we do have an assault. In fact, just a couple of months ago, we had a officer that was in the pod, very much like you just saw, and he turned his back on an inmate, and the inmate came after him with a broom handle and beat him down. But again, 15 inmates ran to his rescue and got him off and held him until help could get there. I believe it's because of how we conduct business in the pod that those things happen. And that's not the exceptions, those are the rules. That's good people, noble people doing good work for Tarrant County. Now, officer to inmate altercation in 2023, you can see that, can we back up just a little bit, is that here you got the physical altercations, and please note, 157 that we know of were under MHMR. 157 out of the 171. And it'd be interesting to look at the rest of those a little bit deeper to see what they're there because of our incredible mental health crisis. Now the next one. You'll see here in Texas, the 4 major counties, Harris being the largest, Dallas 2, us 3, Bexar County's 4. There are about 130,000 people smaller than us, and the reason I picked out Bexar is simply because we are the most alike. Now, in our jail, we don't take Class C misdemeanors and keep them. They do. So that's a little bit of the difference, or they were. But they're very proud of their SRT team, and I'm sure that they do good work. But I just want to show you, because these stats come up all the time, what is the difference between Tarrant County and Bexar County as far as dealing with inmates. And if you'll go to that.
Whoever
next-
has their phone on, unless it's law enforcement emergency, turn it off or you're going to be removed.
All right, Chandler, next slide for Bear County. You'll see here, in the last 7 years, a lot of people talk about the deaths in the county, the Tarrant County Jail. We were at 59, they were at 85. Now, I want to assure you that just like in Tarrant County, down in Bear County, most of those people died in the hospital under a physician's care because they were chronically ill. You know, about 80 or 90% of them died in the hospital. Now, they have about 70% of their folks, about 90% of our folks died in the hospital. The reason is that the next thing, remember I talked about hope being taken out. Jail is a gloomy place. And we want to bring hope where we can to stabilize that environment. And sometimes it doesn't work. Last week during jail standards, our people stopped 2 suicides while jail standards was there. Intervened, stopped 2 suicides. Yesterday they stopped a suicide. Last year they stopped 279 suicides. And I know we're often accused of being callous and cold, but they really care about these people and they want the best for them. There's exceptions, but it's not the rule when it doesn't happen. And the next slide is a little bit more, and you can see the suicide rate. As Bear County over the last 7 years has had 24, we have had 5. They use the SRT moment, we de-escalate. As we go forward, thank you, I'm trying to get caught up myself here. Yes, sir. We looked at the detention and said, okay, what would it take to staff an SRT team full-time? Be 200 people or thereabouts in 5 facilities, on duty and ready to go. It's a lot of people, a lot of money. We don't prescribe to that. What we prescribe to is the de-escalation / CIT method. Who else does that? Who else does what we are doing? Well, I can tell you several major counties, including Middlesex County in Massachusetts. Peter Kutuzhin's the sheriff there. He does a marvelous job. He was Sheriff of the Year. He's incredibly respected and all over the country. And he has the exact same model that we have. And they are doing great. The other people that recommend this, and I verified this as of yesterday, I wanted to verify it, is the Department of Justice. They used to be SRT, believed in SRT, but they no longer are going there. They want the CIT / interdiction that we do. That's where they're training people. If you ask for training from DOJ, that's the training that they'll give you. And they have been here in Texas doing that, and they'll continue to do that. But we believe that best practices is leaving SRT behind and coming to this type of model. We believe that. We think that our troops are doing a good job. And again, if a troop needs help on the deck, they're going to get it within less than a minute. And when I say that they're going to get help, medical is also embedded in that. So the medical will be there along with that. So if there's an OC spray or something like that, they immediately are seen by medical and decontaminated in every case. And then if officers hurt, that'll be tended to as well. But we believe that we're going down the right road, that we're going to be de-escalating today. As I stand here before you today, I promise you there's an officer in the jail getting to yes, de-escalate. That's routine every day, and because of our population. And again, you know, I don't mind saying one bit that this MHMR problem is still driven by our appetite for drugs, especially the K2 and the high performance marijuana, the high THC level on meth, heroin, all that stuff. And often it is involved in these issues in our MHMR issue. I believe the diversion program has helped us, and I think that our people are doing a noble job, and I think it was confirmed last week by the Texas jail standards as they walked around and they did business, and that's what they told me. So it was a clean and quiet jail. And I believe it was clean and quiet because of the relationship that our people have with the people that they watch over. Judge, that's about all I have, and I'll be glad if I need to take any questions.
All right, any questions for Sheriff Weber?
Yes. Go ahead. No, you go first.
Sheriff, I would much rather see the model that you have in our jail over that shock and awe business and the Star Wars type of suits. The thing is that in order to make the, what is it, CRT?
SRT.
SRT.
They're also called CERT in different parts of the country.
No, the model that you do.
De-escalation.
The de-escalation model. In order to make that work, it requires constant training and retraining to emphasize the techniques that we want those jailers to use without fail. They've got to use them in each and every case. There's no room for deviation from the best practice.
Right.
And that's thing number one. We've got to make sure that there's constant training and retraining so that it becomes automatic and reflex.
Absolutely.
They don't have to think about it. They know what to do, and they do it by reflex. The second thing that I'd like for you to take a look at, and I understand that perhaps you've already started down this path, is that we find another way to bring a prisoner under control rather than the use of pepper spray. I don't think pepper spray has served us well in Tarrant County, and I'd like to see you find an alternative for the use of pepper spray.
A month and a half ago, there is a new product out, and we're taking a look at it here in the next couple of weeks. I don't know if it'll get rid of pepper spray totally, but I'm hoping. They're claiming things, so if it does what it claims, we'll see how it goes.
Well, we've had one death related to pepper spray is one death too many. We've had more than one.
Commissioner Brooks, as I've reviewed every one of those autopsies, nobody has died from pepper spray in our jail. I know that there's been some allegations and there was theories, but according to the medical examiner, according to outside sources that reviewed that, there's no one that has died from pepper spray.
We've had people to die subsequent to the use of pepper spray. It may not have been seen to be causal, but we have had people to die subsequent to the use of pepper spray. And if there's an alternative, I'd like to see us find it.
We're looking.
In regard to the mental health situation in our jail, nobody has been more vocal about that than me. Over the years, I have advocated that the county jail is not the appropriate place for one to regain one's mental health. We as a county, we as a community have to figure out how to do that differently. I know that there is a significant cost to doing competency restoration outside of the jail. I know that we need our other governmental partners, the state in particular, to step up and help us work this problem out. But we've got to get alternatives to incarcerating people because they're mentally ill. We need community-based treatment models outside of the jailhouse. That's not something that you can accomplish on your own, but certainly the SO is a part of the solution. There are many other parts to the solution that we need to bring together and try to figure out how to do things differently.
I've certainly been that advocate at the state and at the federal government that they need to step up, that the burden has been on us, and that they need to go. I may mention that, by the way, with the program or the model that we do is RMHMR is 100% behind it. That's the model that they prefer. And secondly is on jail restoration, just for everybody out there who's bragged on enough, is that in the state of Texas last year, there were about 750 prisoners that were restored in the jail-based competency, and 430 of them were in Tarrant County. They're doing great. Our teams are doing a great job. But I agree with you, it's still not the best alternative.
It's not optimal.
No.
And we need to get to optimal.
Yes, sir.
Because that's who we are as a county. We try to get to optimal.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Sheriff.
Thank you, Commissioner.
So, okay. I appreciate you being here and the presentation. So, like you both said, what we need to do is to stop putting people in jail who don't belong there, first of all. And that involves MHMR, the DA's office, the judiciary, not your office, not the sheriff's office, not just the sheriff's office. Shock and awe is what seemed to have occurred in the most recent case, the Anthony Johnson incident. I have a question. Did your CIT unit respond? Was that the CIT unit responding in that case?
Every one of those jailers that you saw up there have been trained in CIT. That's a basic academy of what we do. And in those cases, when the inmate is there, is that often if we see them winding up, we can talk them off the ledge and talk them down. In this particular case, Johnson lunged at one of our female officers, and then they had to bring him under control. And that's what happened. It was a spontaneous use of force, and those type of things do happen from time to time, unfortunately, and they never look pretty. They never look pretty, whether it's on the street or in the jail.
Yes, I wouldn't think much looks pretty when there is a response. So the image of the officer from elsewhere with the helmet on did not upset or move me. That's what I would expect in a jail. You have to extract somebody or take somebody down. Now, I was able to obtain a copy of Dallas County's SRT policy, and I found the level of training of those folks quite impressive. Are CIT members, is their training equal or comparable to folks that are trained in the SRT
I would
method?
say no, because the SRT is more physical and more tactical. We do train in that, and we do have, keep in mind, if we're doing a jail extraction that we know that somebody's incredibly assaultive, we are going to suit up and do what we need to protect our officers to go move that person. But most of the time, I was up on the floor just the other day with an inmate that is not a friendly inmate. But the evening sergeant has a rapport with him. He will talk him into a pair of handcuffs, and that's all we need.
Yes.
So we use that method and that model all the time, and because we know who has relationships with him. And there was a young female officer on the floor that he was partial to, and that's what we do. And it's de-escalation and talking them into things and getting to yes. And yeah, I'm well aware of Dallas, and I have all the respect for Sheriff Brown, and I think she would tell you the same about me. In fact,
She has.
you know, we do their investigations because she came to me and asked me, says, I trust you and I'd like for you to do this. And we do them, and I'm honored to be her partner in some of the jail issues. The SRT team, that's the SWAT of the jail. So those guys need to go lift the weights, they need to go, you know, practice their techniques, all of those things. And during post-COVID and post-now, we haven't done the training that we want to do. We hadn't had the facilities to train where we needed to train. That's going to change, good Lord willing. And we want to, you will never find anybody more excited about putting people in training than me. You know, if I had the force, a third of the force would always be in training, but we are not there. It'd be kind of like the special ops model, which I really do like.
So the commissioners I spoke with there and in other counties that utilize the SRT model attribute it to fewer deaths because they have trained, specially trained folks going in to do those takedowns. So it sounds like this, or extractions and cell searches. It sounds like you're saying that that team in this latest incident was trained, but it resulted in a death somehow.
You're speaking of the last death, which
Yes.
I want to be careful because there's still a lot of things going on with that.
Absolutely.
Is that, you know, as I spoke last week, it was a spontaneous use of force where he came out. And I understand what Bexar County is saying. They're saying because of that, officers have not had to use deadly force or it hasn't become deadly force. A lot of the deaths in Tarrant County Jail on my tour, this is the only one that has happened like this. And we know that, and that's, you know, that's the issue. For us, a death to subsequently follow, which we do not know what that ruling is, and the OME has not told us.
And Dallas also uses body cams. Or where are we with body cams?
Most SRT teams do have body cams, but that's them responding. That's a high dollar. When I got here, our patrol officers don't have body cameras yet. And it's a high dollar investment, and we just hadn't got there on the list of things. We do have GoPros in the jail, but like all technology, it doesn't work all the time. Something fails. But we do have as you've seen, both of those things, the pod cameras. So most of the jail is under camera right now, but we don't have body cameras. But SRT teams routinely have body cameras.
Okay, but your SIT team does not. We have no body cameras.
We don't have any
Patrol,
body cameras.
SIT team, detention officers, no.
Patrol and detention officers have none.
I'd like to prioritize that. Okay. Thank you.
Well,
All right, thank you, Sheriff. Anybody else have anything?
I'll just make a comment. Thank you for sharing with us this presentation and showing us kind of the good work that our group does in comparison to some of the others around the state. You know, according to the 21st century policing model that came out in 2017, you know, de-escalation was one of the hallmarks of policing and law enforcement. But officer wellness and confidence are the two pillars that hold up and allow them to be confident in de-escalating. So training is paramount in officer wellness, and confidence is paramount to making sure that they're capable of de-escalating every single time. So again, it goes back to training. Again, it goes back to policy. And I know that's a focus for you. So I appreciate the presentation.
And I appreciate those remarks because you're absolutely correct. And not only does DOJ agree with us and MHMR agree with us on de-escalation, is I think that most of the people across the country think that this model is the way to go and it's the coming thing so that we can get through this mental health crisis and get on the other side of it. We've got a lot of work to do on that. What you said was absolutely correct. And I forgot to add that we expect each jailer to be 10th degree black belt. So that's all we expect of them.
Sheriff, I forgot. Is there a CIT policy? CIT policy? I don't know if it should be CIT.
It's a philosophy and what we do and what we train on. And we are working on best practices. We've been doing that for several months. So all of those things are being retooled, and we're forecasting how we're going to deal with this in the future as far as the amount of training and all those kind of things. But it's coming.
Okay.
But to find it written in policy, I'm not sure. It's what we teach and what we expect.
And you've had this CIT philosophy for how long? Since you've been in office?
I'm sorry?
The CIT philosophy?
Everybody.
Since you've been in office?
Since I've been in office has gone through that training.
Okay.
And it's part of the basic academy. And we do roll call training right now. We do some other things. We're going to come back and we're looking at some other options in training. We've been doing that for several months as far as trying to embed trainers at the jail. We're trying to think completely outside the box because of the shortage of people in the jail.
And who else in Texas uses that CIT philosophy?
I would have to pick up the phone and call major counties, and I knew that what Marion did. I knew what Sheriff Salazar did. I think Ed also has a CIT team down in Harris County, a team that does that. I think that one of the major counties, Cooks, Illinois, is starting toward this direction. Middlesex, Massachusetts is doing this. And I'd have to go over. That's a lot of phone calls to poll exactly what everybody's doing.
That's okay. Yeah, I was just interested in Texas counties.
Right. I couldn't point out another Texas county right now, but I think that they do it. I think there's others that are out there that do it because we've had those talks about de-escalation as the hallmark of the future.
All right, anything else? I just want to say I've known a lot of elected officials in my time. I have never known anyone with more integrity than Bill Weber. So thank you for what you do. We appreciate all your effort, and please let all of your officers know how much we appreciate them here in Tarrant County.
I will do so. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. We do have two speakers on this item, Doreen Geiger and Pamela Young.
When an inmate will not follow instructions, such as Anthony Johnson not leaving his cell for a cell inspection, a trained response team should be called to de-escalate the situation. Ideally, the response team should include a psychiatric nurse wearing nurse's scrubs, not a jailer's uniform.
If the CIT trained officers killed Anthony, stood around and watched him get killed, beat Corey Rodriguez black and blue, let Chastity Congius give birth alone like an animal, causing her baby to die, CIT is not it.
Right.
Nor is SRT. The answer is not more training and more police, more gear. The answer is to get people out of the jail who do not belong there. That is the answer. For the sheriff to come here and say, oh, this is the only one. This is the only time that this has happened. How do we know that? Because you've lied to us for over a month about what happened to Anthony Johnson. You said it was pepper spray, but it was suffocation. He was sat on until he died. And you knew that for over a month. And you lied to us. And then you continue to lie to us and withhold the full video for us to see exactly what happened. You're doing that for a reason. What else are you hiding? We don't trust you, and I don't respect you. You need to resign. Over 65 people to date have died on your watch in your jail. That's 3 times the national average for a jail of this size. So you can put up numbers all you want and try and lie to us and piss on us and tell us it's raining, but we know the truth. You are leading in jail deaths for a county this size. You need to step down, you need to resign, and we need to get a full spectrum of mental health supports and programs like a mental health crisis respite center in Tarrant County. There are people falling between the cracks, through the cracks. The mental health diversion center will only service certain people with low-level crimes. So where do the people go who have been criminalized like Anthony Johnson? He sought help at a mental health facility in the community, but they told him he wasn't violent enough. And so in his schizophrenic, manic episode, he said, well, let me go get a butcher knife and wave it around in the street so I can be deemed violent enough. He couldn't have been brought to the mental health diversion center because that was a violent offense. So where does he go? To jail. And now he's dead. Fix it.
All right, we are now moving back to A1 on the regular agenda, which is approval of out-of-state travel requests. At the sheriff's request, the trip to Palm Beach, Florida is removed. So how they've marked it up here is 2 different things from the sheriff's office. So A and B is gone, but A is still there. So any motion to approve out-of-state travel?
Move approval.
All right, do we have a second?
Second.
Now we have a motion and a second to approve the out-of-state travel with the sheriff's second one removed. Any discussion on this? All right, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. All right, brings us to the auditor's section, doesn't it? Yes? Receive and file auditor's report of the civil serve configuration and standardization. Kim.
Good morning.
Good morning.
We're just here to present the report related to our audit. I think as you've seen over the past several months, we've audited several of the constables, and we continue to see similar issues throughout. So what we are asking, and you can see IT's attached response, is to work on some consistency throughout among all the constables, as well as the process for configuration. Be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
So I have 2. The
Okay.
first one is, can you tell us what scenario exists where somebody would do a fee edit or delete a fee?
Well, since they're not all consistently populated, that's one of the recommendations we've made along the way, was for them to...
Do me a favor, pull that closer or speak up.
I'm sorry. If the fee hasn't been populated, there's 8 databases, which makes this a little bit unique instead of one central database. And so if they don't populate all the databases, they may have to go and edit the fee to be the statutory fee.
Okay. How will you track and monitor edits to the system-generated receipts and deletions of the pre-populated fees?
One thing that we do when we do an audit is we download the transactions, historical information, and you can see if things have been edited.
Okay. All right, any other questions on this?
I did have a question. So the civil serve, is it a problem, do you think? I mean, it said that the technology, it's a Tyler technology product, but it said there were significant vulnerabilities found. Is it the product itself or our use of the product?
I think really it's more of how it was implemented. It was one of the first things that we implemented in the effort to move away from the mainframe, and so there was some urgency, and so we may not have tested fully, and so that's one of the things we're working on with IT is to make sure that that process is, that we have an ongoing dialogue and that we're included in the testing, especially related to financial transactions.
Yeah, but there's not a significant issue with civil serve the product?
No.
All right, any other questions?
Move to receive and
All
file.
right, we have a motion to receive and file. I'll second it. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. And what do we have, falling apart up here? All right, passes unanimously. Next, we move to C1, Budget and Risk Management, discussion of possible action related to fiscal year 24 appropriation adjustments.
We are seeking approval of the appropriation adjustments, the non-consent appropriation adjustments.
All right, move to approve. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion, a second to approve the appropriation adjustments. Any discussion? All right, cast your votes. All right, passes unanimously. Next, we come to F1, which is approval of a settlement agreement related to the Chastity Congius case. You going to present something?
Yes, Judge.
We do have some speakers on this item.
Judge O'Hara, members of the court, good morning. The Criminal District Attorney's Office is requesting the Commissioner's Court approve the settlement agreement reached by the parties following mediation to resolve the federal lawsuit of Chastity Congius et al. Versus Tarrant County, cause number 4:22-CV-00092-0. The settlement is for the sum of $1.2 million.
All right, questions or comments from the court?
Yes. So let me be clear. I am supportive of settling this lawsuit. As I've stated before, it sickens me every time I have to put my name on one of these checks. In fact, I think that given the circumstances of this case, 1.2 million is actually low. Given the trauma that Chastity Congius will live with for the rest of her life. And I also acknowledge that 1.2 million in no way quantifies the forever unrealized human potential of that baby Zenora. She's gone because of our neglect in that jail. But I do think that we do have to have a conversation about dollars and cents. And the members of this court, just like me, receive a jail dashboard each day that estimates that taxpayers pay about $340 some odd thousand per day to incarcerate all the roughly 4,100 inmates in this jail. The cost of this lawsuit alone is enough to take care of 3 days of operating expenses for this jail. I've been a member of this court for a year and 5 months. In the past 8 months alone, including today, we've paid out over $2.2 million in less than a year. In 8 months, $1 million in the Javante Myers death, $200,000 in the brutal beating of Corey Rodriguez, and today's record-setting $1.2 million in the case of Chastity Congius, in which her baby Zenora was delivered in her jail cell with 0 jail staff, 0 JPS staff anywhere in sight. And there's a lot more to come based on recent events. It seems then that Tarrant County taxpayers are paying quite a heavy price to subsidize the dehumanizing culture in our jail and leadership failures manifesting in this sheriff's office, which I believe are the root causes of these tragedies. I'm done.
All right, anybody else have anything? All right, I'll make a motion to approve the settlement agreement.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion before we go to the speakers? All right, seeing none, the first up is Joshua Lucas, then Pamela Young.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. My name is Josh Lucas. I've been a lifelong resident here in Fort Worth, Texas, Tarrant County. I rise to express my First Amendment right. Let's be clear, in the interview that the sheriff gave on Channel 8, he referred to baby Zenora as an it. And then he said we shouldn't be paying settlements. This is a man you just said had the most integrity of any elected official that you know, Judge. That's concerning. That's really concerning. The medical examiner spoke 2 weeks ago to fentanyl crisis. There's 100,000 people who died last year of drug overdose in this country, the United States of America. He said if we could stop one person from dying, that it would be worthwhile. One person. And yet we've had 65 deaths in our jail in the last 6-7 years under Sheriff Wayburn's administration, which is double the deaths of his previous employment, the tenure of the previous sheriff, and it's 3 times the national average of a jail of this size. And we want to cite deontology, the value of human life, while we discard human beings that are being born and neglected in the jail. And we refer to them as an it. And we say we shouldn't be paying settlements. There is no amount of money that will bring back baby Zenora. No amount of money. And we have to carry that with us. This is something that we've been coming to the court and talking to y'all about. For years, citizens have been coming to the court and talking to you guys. I've watched them. And things seem to be getting worse. Worse. Not better. Where is the deontology, the value of human life, the integrity? Judge O'Hare, where's the integrity of this court, of our sheriff? You are elected leaders. You represent us, we the people. The DA said he's watching the vote last Commissioner's Court. Well, I want y'all to know that history is watching you all, and God is watching you all. And what you do matters. It affects humans' lives, it affects taxpayers' dollars, and it affects the vote. And with that, I'll yield the rest of my time.
All right, you were up next. And then Ms. Harrell.
Y'all are about to pay out money that cannot replace Zenora, as you should be, and there's no amount that can replace this child's life. But when does this end? Are we going to continue to keep paying out? Because right now, Kyrie Campbell is languishing in your jail, in Sheriff Wayburn's jail, in this county government's jail. He is 8 years old developmentally. He's been a patient of MHMR since 2 years old. He's naked. That is the level that he's on. He's sitting in his cell naked. His mother can't even visit him, which is not right. He should have contact with his mother, but she can't visit him any longer because he's in the infirmary, naked. So all she can get is a video conference with him. And that's not even working. The last time she came up here to video conference with him, they went to 3, 4, 5 different video streams. Nothing could work. She had to leave without seeing her son. He's been here since December for having a disability. That is the only reason he is here. He was arrested from a group home. The people who called the police at the group home called the police to take him to JPS Mental Health. They said, no, we're taking him here and throwing him in a cage. And he's been here, lost almost half his body weight, deteriorating, suicidal, tearing holes into his skin down to the white meat, as his mother said. Are we going to be back here again in a month, in a week, because Kyrie is no longer with us? Or are all of you going to work together to do the right thing? Y'all, Magistrate Judge Anna Hernandez, I need you to drop this case against Kyrie. He's not a criminal. He needs care. He's an 8-year-old. DA Phil Soros, I need you to drop the charges. Kyrie is not a criminal. He's an 8-year-old who needs care for his intellectual, developmental disability. And he's not getting that care here. Almost 6 months.
Thank you.
Fix
Time
it.
is up. Ms. Harrell, following Ms. Harrell is Doreen Geiger.
Thank you, Commissioners. I'm Harriet Harrell. I have no objection to the settlement with Chastity Conjus. $1.2 million is hardly compensation for the loss of a child. But I do have an objection to the fact that our county is asked over and over again to pay a settlement to the family of an inmate who died on the watch of Sheriff Bill Wayburn. This time, it's $1,200,000. What will it be next time? And what has it been up until now? When the Justice Committee of Broadway Baptist Church started meeting with you in August of 2022 about concerns over the deaths in the jail, there had been 40 deaths during Sheriff Wayburn's tenure. We were shocked at that time about this disproportionate number. Less than 2 years later, there are now 65 deaths. Some say 64, but we count the infant Zenora Conjus as a death in the jail because she died in the jail. I'm asking for a public report to the taxpayers of Tarrant County about how much money has been paid in lawsuits and settlements because of these jail deaths under Sheriff Wayburn. Thank you, Commissioner Simmons, for starting with that information today. And I ask that you commissioners take this into account when the Sheriff's Department asks you for millions of dollars for new facilities and so forth. Hold those expenditures until you can stop paying for wrongful deaths. Specifically, we're calling for a full public accounting of the money spent because of wrongful deaths and for a briefing from the sheriff on what is being done to change the circumstances in the jail that result in these deaths. We heard today from him that he does not have policies or best practices for CIT. It is past time that those be developed and that we know that best practices are being followed. Thank you.
Following Ms. Geiger, we have Alan Lobaugh.
This court should vote to approve the settlement for Chastity and her deceased baby and put in place the training and supervision to make sure something like this never happens again. Due to Chastity's disability, she will need to be cared for all the rest of her life.
Following Mr. Lobaugh, we have Perla Bajorquez.
I'm Alan Lobaugh, resident of Tarrant County. I support the settlement payment of this family, to this family. I believe it's the right and honorable thing for us to do, for you to do on behalf of the people of Tarrant County. This person's family and friends have suffered greatly. As we've heard, no amount of money can assuage their grief, but it should grieve all of us when anyone dies in the jail. I hope that if the family is watching or listening or reading the transcript of this proceeding, that they would know that our heartfelt grief is with them. And hopefully this settlement might say to them and to others that we as a community are striving to do better. But are we really? At least now we have a clear figure of what this sheriff and the jail is costing us in litigation. $1.2 million. And how many times, like you've asked, have we been writing that check to the families of others who've had similar occurrences in this jail? 2 weeks ago, I went to a meeting, sat next to somebody I didn't know very many people, introduced myself. She introduced herself. She works for the post office. Asked her why she was there, and she said her son was in jail. Her name is Chantel Taylor. And as much as I'd love to give her $1 million, I can't give her what I don't have, and I fear that the county can't afford to give her that much money either. So I would invite you to do a better, cheaper thing and drop the charges against her son, Kyrie, and find placement for him that would be suitable for his situation, mentally, emotionally, physically. I've grown to love her. She can't be here because she's working. She would rather have her son back than $1 million. Yes. Bottom line, I don't think this county can afford this sheriff anymore and what he is costing us. With all due respect, I am so grateful for the young men and women and for the sheriff who showed up today because of how they responded to an officer down. And for those who put their lives on the line every day, grateful to the heart. But I don't think we can afford him anymore. Please ask him to resign or fire him.
There will be no applauding, or you will be removed. Perla, I'm sorry, I don't know how to pronounce your last name.
My name is Perla Bajorquez. I am the Democratic nominee for State House District 93. It's North Fort Worth, Keller, Haslett, and Saginaw. You're my representative. So thank you, Judge Tim O'Hare, and thank you, commissioners, for allowing us just to come and speak to you guys today. As a former paralegal, watching behaviors that lead to lawsuits has been horrifying. Will there be more? In my opinion, absolutely yes. We are set to disperse $1.2 million of taxpayer funds from an account we call self-insurance for a settlement in lieu of litigation. This means the county is not publicly stating that they are liable and responsible, but that they are aware this death and case would have cost millions either way. Taking it to court would have shed more light on, or more public light on the county jail that has caused some deaths in the past few years. We should not speak about these deaths as tally marks or compete with our neighboring counties of how many they are racking up. Instead, let's treat the root of the disease. action must be taken. Honestly, with the law firm that I worked at, we did a lot of family law. Even if we had terrible news, those families appreciated that we called them immediately and let them know, hey, this happened and these are our options. Transparency is so important. And while I appreciate Sheriff Wayborn here today and educating us, that should have been given to AJ's family in April. They came here and dragged the commissioner's court and the sheriff's office because they were upset they did not have information on their child and brother's death. So I believe transparency moving forward is super important, along with accountability and change. I'm not saying fire anybody. I'm sad that any police officers got fired anytime. Just like our retired serviceman earlier said, we are a family. Tarrant County is so diverse, but if we stand up united, we can meet these challenges. Last time I was here, and it's embarrassing because it's nationwide news, I have a friend in the Czech Republic asking me what the heck is going on in Tarrant County, and I have to explain to her A, B, C, and D, and E, and F, when all I want is for us to stand united against these challenges. When I saw this settlement agreement, and yes, I believe that she deserves that and much more, because $10,000 is what's allocated to Zenora's estate. You cannot give me $10,000 for my dead child. I'm letting you know that. When I look at the attorney's signature on this settlement agreement, we are paying hundreds of thousands of dollars to an attorney in New York for this settlement. That's who represents Chastity's family. When you see attorneys from other states suing our county, in my mind, all I see is the shark smell blood, because this is not the first death for mental health. AJ, we missed. Mr. Campbell, hopefully we can redirect that trajectory. But
thank you. Your time is up.
Yeah, thank you guys for allowing us to speak.
We have a motion and a second on this item. Any further discussion? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. Next up, we go to Human Resources. This is a request for a change to the table of organization in the tax office. Good morning, Ms. Gwynn.
Good morning. It's still morning. So, Ms. Burgess is asking that the court allow her to reclassify a vacant pay grade 16 position. She needs a position at a lower level, a pay grade 15. This individual would assist with processing vehicle registrations, of course, assisting customers with title transfers, etc. This will save, if the court approves it, this will save the general fund about $3,500.
Move approval. We have a motion and a second to approve this item. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. Brings us to number 2, which is a request to waive terminal benefits in the 17th District Court.
Yes. This request is made by Judge Wilkinson. I don't believe she was able to join us this morning. She had some conflicts in her schedule. She's requesting that the court allow her to waive 144 vacation hours related to the upcoming departure of her court coordinator. Obviously, this is a critical position as this individual manages her court docket and performs other administrative duties. So the request again is for a waiver effective the 28th of this month. There is a cost associated to the general fund of about $3,900. I will note, as mentioned in your court communique, there will be some salary savings because the individual being hired in will be making less than the individual leaving. However, there will still be a cost to the general fund of a little bit less than $4,000.
All right, I'll move to approve. Second. We have a motion and a second to approve this waiver. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. Passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have J1. Andre, this is to discuss the 2 Tarrant County IT Steering Committee projects.
Good morning.
Morning.
Morning, Madam Clerk. If it pleases the court, we are here to reintroduce the request
for the approval of 2 Tarrant County Information Technology Steering Committee projects that were approved about a month ago. The first one is the implementation of an upgraded mental health alert system within the TechShare court environment. And the second one, the transition of the Public Safety Assessment, or PSA, to TechShare. We have, since the last meeting, at the request of the court, renegotiated the payment terms so as to dramatically reduce the risk to the county, and also to insert provisions so that if there was any overage that is not foreseen at this point, that would come from the M&O budget for TechShare for fiscal year 25. I believe that those 2 particular elements dramatically reduce any risk of overages to the county, and it would be my request that you approve these 2.
And the other element was we pay for nothing until the product is delivered to our specifications.
That is correct, sir. Okay. Payment is due upon project acceptance at the end of the
Move
approval.
Second. We have a motion to second to approve these items. Any discussion?
So, so this does not drag on for years and years and decades.
Both.
When is there a suspense date? When can you be very clear on when both these programs will be implemented?
That is correct. They are due 6 months after the signature of the contracts, and they are both running consecutively. So we expect that they will be finished before the end of November.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
All right, we have 2 speakers. Any other discussion before the speakers come up? All right, so 2 speakers, Reed Bills and Pamela Young.
My name is Reed Bills. I am speaking again in favor of this agenda item. The request for a mental health alert system replacement, which states that the MHMR system replacement project will significantly enhance our ability to manage mental health procedures within the criminal justice system and improving outcomes for individuals within the system, was tabled at the last meeting so staff could do more research to ensure the system would work before we paid for it and report back today, which he has just done. There was and is no doubt that such improvement is critically needed immediately for our criminal justice system. I question why this court would approve spending millions of dollars for a for-profit private prison with a poor record of compliance to house over 400 county inmates, yet balk at spending $172,500 to relieve suffering and save lives of a vulnerable population that shouldn't be in our jail in the first place. I suggest that any software that even slightly enhances our ability to manage mental health clients is better than what we have, a system that failed to identify a known schizophrenic who had sought mental health care numerous times, including just days before his arrest. The need is now, and delay is unconscionable. I ask that you purchase and install this updated system immediately for the welfare and lives of your large population who require treatment rather than incarceration.
All right, is Ms. Young present? All right, that's what we have signed up to speak. So we have a motion and a second to approve these projects. Any further discussion before voting? All right, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. Brings us to purchasing. I think, doesn't it? Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning. What is over here?
We have 7 items
for approval this morning. The first is an award recommendation for our annual contract for
Yeah, I'll make a motion that we approve items 1 through 5.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve items 1 through 5. Any discussion? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. Brings us to item 6.
This is an approval for exemption from the competitive bidding procedures for replacement of the fire alarm control panel at the Tarrant County Jail located at 350 West Belknap.
Move approval.
All right, I'll second that. Any discussion before we bring up this speaker? All right, seeing none, Nan Terry. Is Miss Terry present? Okay, well, we're not waiting, so she's either there or not.
There she is.
I'm sorry, I was outside. This is N6?
It is.
Thank you. Why is the first time I learned of an inspection of our jail by the State Commission on Jail Standards by reading today's agenda when it was published last Friday? By not reporting the inspection, did we lose an opportunity to build trust or transparency with the community? I appreciate the sheriff mentioning the inspection and the findings, but let's go back to the purchasing report, which is the only written item about the inspection. During a recent inspection of Tarrant County Jail, it was determined by the Texas Commission on Jail Standards that the fire alarm control panel for the Belknap facility was unable to be reset to normal operating mode due to trouble codes that could not be cleared. TCJS advised that the corrective action be taken immediately due to this being a life safety system required to be functional and maintained per state code. The Tarrant County Jail Administration will be required to institute 30-minute fire watch protocols combined with additional measures deemed necessary by the Tarrant County Fire Marshal until the issue is resolved. In addition, a corrective plan of action detailing how this issue will be resolved is required to be submitted and executed within 60 days. I still have questions. When was the inspection? How long had the fire panel not been functional? Do we know? The sheriff appeared to minimize the finding, but the state determines this finding to be serious enough for us to make an exemption of the competitive bid requirements and to require those other measures. Finding out about the inspection while reading the Commissioner Court agenda on a purchasing item just doesn't seem right. This appears to be an opportunity lost. I question whether the county wants to build trust or transparency. Reporting inspections and making the inspection findings public will help build that transparency. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we do have a motion and a second on this item, right? Okay.
Yes.
Any discussion before voting?
Yes. Can you make it clear where that $700,000 is coming from for this fire panel?
The funding?
So the funding is coming out of our capital improvement fund. There was money allocated for remodeling of buildings already, and we identified this specific need.
Okay, because the court communication background indicates, it sounds like some other projects might take a hit so that...
No, ma'am. So we allocated money in the capital improvement fund for renovations to Tarrant County buildings. That was where we placed it for our plan for the future. In this case, we just allocate it to a specific project.
Okay.
All right, any other questions from the court? All right, seeing none, we do have a motion and a second, correct? All right, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. Item 7, permission to take bids and RFPs. Just your court communication shows, if you looked at it, that I has been removed for further investigation on it and just looking at different cost-saving options so more money can go to actually help plan recipients, so that may come back at a different time. So we have A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, and J. Do we have a motion to approve that?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously.
Could we take a 5-minute break?
Certainly.
please?
We're going to take a recess. It's 12:05. We will be back in here at 12:12.
agendized. Maybe they won't all be here.
Well, there's that too.
They Googling it.
No, it's going to jump. Yeah.
All right. All right, we're back from a quick break. And first item up is board or commission appointments. Do we have any board or commission appointments?
I have one, and before I appoint him, I want to welcome him to the county. It's our new transportation director, Mr. Scott Hall. He is joining us to replace Randy Skinner. Scott Hall spent more than 3 decades with TxDOT, and he is an incredible resource for Tarrant County. But I am going to be appointing him to the Surface Transportation Technical Committee on NCT-COG. That's
All
a
right,
motion.
I'll make a second to that one. Any discussion? All right,
Good move.
seeing none, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. Any other board commissions appointments? All right, seeing none, we will move to the briefing item related to Tarrant County Sheriff's Office video disclosure policy. Is this your thing?
Yeah, so I brought this up, and I don't know who from the sheriff's office is here to discuss it. But the reason why I put this on the agenda, after observing our response, the county's response, the sheriff's office response, to several of the most recent critical incidents, it's pretty clear that we don't have clear, competent, and transparent policies when it comes to communications. Without clear performance standards and metrics, there can be no accountability. And without clear, consistent policies, there can be no benchmark, expectation, or standards. And so this places the sheriff's office, the public, every member of our community at a disadvantage when there are no clear set policies. So looking around the nation at best practices for large departments, it's clear that all of them, the majority of them, have very clear policies when it comes to how communications are handled after, during, and beyond with a critical incident. And of that, there's several elements. We don't need to reinvent the wheel here. We just need to implement something that provides a bridge of trust. And I think the sheriff's office recognizes that. Historically, over the past 10 or so years, I think municipal police departments figured this out faster than sheriff's offices, because with the advent of cell phone cameras, et cetera, there was always the assumption now that there's always multiple angles of video in every critical police incident. Sheriff's offices, usually inside facilities, it's usually only surveillance cameras, so I think that's probably why a lot of them were late adopters of policies like this. But nonetheless, I think that we need to have clear, consistent policies so that the public can hold us accountable to those policies. And that includes, the definition of a critical police incident, the steps on briefing timelines, when next of kin is briefed, what happens within 24 to 48 hours, what happens in the 30 to 60 days beyond. what is our set standard for releasing digital media evidence, including all video. I think we have to set those limits and make sure that the public is aware of them. And so I'm looking forward to seeing what you come up with. Again, like I said, there's manuals upon manuals of best practice out there and examples we can follow, but the bottom line is we need something because we've got to get better there. So I wanted to open it up for discussion today, talk about the need for the policy, and then hopefully in the next couple of weeks we have some action on it. So.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. I appreciate that. So far, and you're right, sheriff's offices are a little bit slower to catch up, and our policy has been based on basically the Texas Government Code and how you release information regarding an open investigation. The sheriff's office, even though we are behind in this particular situation, if you'll recall, we have not had an actual communications team. We just recently got that approved, and that was against, many people stood up and spoke against the need for a communications team, but you're one major critical incident away from realizing you really need a communications team. So we have recently begun to stand up that team. We haven't even got everybody in place yet. Some of them are still in the application process, but we look forward to having them and to begin to work on this policy. Sheriff Wayborn's, when he came into office, he immediately began to work on doing things better. And one of the things, I'll just give you an example, some of the stuff in the sheriff's office, which were not unusual, like you said, sheriff's offices are sometimes behind for a number of reasons. Some of the things are a little antiquated. And one of the things that he did at his request and the request of the executive staff of the jail was to update the system in the jail called a Guard One system. The Guard One system is an electronic system that 80,000 checks a day are electronically monitored of cell checks. So guards go around each day and they do an electronic monitoring of every check they do, approximately 80,000. Prior to that being installed, all of those checks were done on paper, written down. They were subject to inaccuracies because it wasn't electronically monitored. So that is one of the things that he has brought to our agency that makes technology for us not only more accurate, but lower liability, better way for Texas jail standards to monitor what we're doing, making sure that we're doing our checks appropriately. We continue to do well there. Another project that he's been working on, having our staff work on, is working toward best practices in the state of Texas. Those of you, some have been with a large agency before, know that this is a very arduous task. You don't just one day say, hey, we want to do best practices and apply, and you're off and running. There's a lot of things you have to do to prepare for best practices, because once you start the process, you have a limited amount of time to actually get everything complete and in order and checked off and awarded best practices. So that is something that we're doing, and a written communications plan will be part of that. There will be a complete policy. It'll have detailed information about the release of information, which will include videos, and we will align with best practice agencies such as Fort Worth PD. Videos is what brought this conversation to the forefront with this last critical incident. And I will say that as far as releasing them when it's an open investigation and before the basics has been done in investigations, we are really not much different from other agencies. There's been 2 officer-involved shootings that I'm aware of in the last 2 weeks with major cities in this county. Video has not been released on either one of those yet. You have not seen news broadcast of either video yet. And it's because they're early in the investigation. So I say that just to say we're not trying to have a lack of transparency in the sheriff's office. It's very important to us that we make sure that the investigation is done well and appropriately at the beginning, and then as things can be released, we're willing to release them if it will not affect the investigation. So, but in the future, yes, we are working on a policy. We will align it with best practices, and many of the things you mentioned will be included in that policy.
Good. I mean, you know the value there is in having, when a critical incident occurs, having the sheriff or someone with stars on their collar get in front of a camera and explain it.
Yes, sir.
Get in front of a camera and say, this is what occurred, good, bad, or indifferent, and it's almost more important when it's bad.
Yes.
To tell exactly what occurred, and then in a policy, as you mentioned, that there are reasons why you can't release certain evidence, and media is one of them, video. But all of those reasons should be detailed in that policy, whether it's outside agencies requested us not to, there's a criminal investigation, et cetera, et cetera. Bottom line is, there has to be an expectation for the public. The public has to know that this is the policy of the Sheriff's Office. Their policy is radical transparency, just 100%. And then if events occur that go against that policy, then there are cause to question. But right now, if an event happens today, there's no plan or guidelines for how we will respond to it. And that's why I think that it's so important to have this, is for consistency and for that expectation to be set. I think if we are going to be the best law enforcement agency in the world, which is where I hope we get, I think we're on our way with the personnel that we have to get competent policies in place. I think best practices have to be a priority. And again, whatever resources you need, communications teams, et cetera, we're willing to provide. But we have to make sure that the juice is worth the squeeze and that we are following those best practices. I think that a lot of unease, a lot of mistrust can be averted if you have clear policies and clear expectations and lines of communication to the public, and no more important than next of kin when something tragic happens. So that's what I asked for, and I'm very glad you're working on it. But as you progress, I don't want it just to be a part of the plan to get with best practices. I mean, I think this needs to be a priority. So I think you recognize that.
All right, anything else you'd like to add? All right, any other questions from commissioners?
Yes. First, I'd like to state that I am very much in favor of the Sheriff's Office implementing consistent and transparent policies for video disclosure. It really is a common sense practice, and I'm not quite sure why it required a tragedy of the magnitude of Anthony Johnson Jr.'s death. In our jail, 8 years into Sheriff Wayburn's term for this to even be considered, but we're here now. How long has Tarrant County Sheriff's Office had a public information officer?
For a little over 2 years now.
So in the history of this Sheriff's Office, it has only employed a public information officer for 2 years.
Yes, ma'am. Prior to that, it was a duty. It was an auxiliary duty of a chief. I handled it prior to that as an auxiliary duty, and then before myself, there were other chiefs that would handle it as one of their duties. We never had one assigned until 2 years ago.
Okay, so I had a 22-year-long career as a public information officer. I guarantee you, it does not take 2 years to come up with a policy on media relations, video release, audio release. As you know, I've worked for the Tarrant County 911 District for 18 years. And so frequently got requests from these guys for audio of 911 calls, good or bad. And so it doesn't take a communications team. If you have an experienced PIO on your staff, then you develop a policy if none exists. So Mr. Oy's first few months in office should have been the development of a public information policy to include video and audio release. I do think we need to be clear as the Commissioner's Court about something with regard to these procedures. I am clear about the fact that in my role as county commissioner, this court has no direct authority to force any other county elected official to do anything. I can't tell Ms. Burgess what to do. She can't tell me what to do. The judge can't tell me what to do. He's not my boss. I can't tell him what to do. And that includes the sheriff. Our function in this body is primarily one of appropriations. In other words, we are the holders of the purse strings. But that is a tremendous power, albeit it's not one that sounds sexy. We have the ability to tell county departments who are not providing our court adequate information as we make appropriate decisions, or who are simply underperforming for our community, that we are going to withhold or reduce funds for certain departmental projects, unless those departments shape up. So to be effective at our jobs, we need to be willing, this body needs to be willing to exercise our one potent tool to ensure accountability and provide excellent services to our taxpayers. All that being said, Commissioner Ramirez and fellow court members, I will say to you that particularly Commissioner Ramirez, your call to have the Sheriff's Office implement reporting procedures and a policy means really absolutely diddly if you are unwilling to join me in putting an or else with regard to funding behind this request. This court has, to my recollection, approved 99% of the multitude of funding requests that have come out of the Sheriff's Office since I've sat on this dais. Perhaps there was a time when you personally voted no, but I can't remember a time in which you have. We can recommend policies and procedures to be followed until the cows come home. But unless we exercise the appropriations power that we collectively have, there is absolutely no reason for the sheriff to take us seriously. Release of video, other departments, many people know that for 10 years I was president of the Arlington NAACP. And when there was a lethal force case in Arlington, I think the first two cases I worked, and the families I worked with in the police department, city manager, all of that, respectful relationships. Those first two cases, the police department, along with the district attorney's office, would take 8-9 months to release video. But we had an incident in which a young man, O'Shea Terry, was killed by an Arlington police officer. And my NAACP executive committee, 25 of us, had a meeting with the police chief. And he made the decision to release the video within days, 3 days, I think. And so the next case, and the next case, and this new chief does the same thing. They release the video. You're going to hear it on the front end, you're going to hear it on the back end. The community is going to be in an uproar whenever it's released. The investigation can take years. You can release it in 3 days, and the investigation will go on. So if you need best practices, best use case, try taking a look at Arlington Police Department. 2 different chiefs have adopted that practice, and it may be a policy. The last thing, we are duly elected county commissioners, county judge, I have requested that in this Johnson case, that those of us who will be making fiduciary decisions view this video in closed session. That request has been denied. I've been told that the sheriff is the custodian of the video. He may be the custodian of the video, just like in my Mansfield Sub Courthouse. The janitor takes care of the broom and mop. But if I want to go get the mop to pick up a spill, I can go get it because I am the county. I work for the county. So I've gone back and forth with the district attorney's office. And the last email I received seems to agree with my contention that the video may be in the custody of the sheriff, but it is the property of the county. So all it takes is for the sheriff to say, yes, court members, you can view this video. Because the 5 minutes of video that we saw in the Johnson case is not all of the video footage. There's about 14, almost 15 minutes of total video. We need to be able to view that video. Court members should not be treated like the general public because we have additional responsibility as elected officials who are responsible for governing this county. So I would urge the sheriff to let court members view the video enclosed. Not really sure what we're afraid of, what he's afraid of, by allowing this body to view the video. It's really mind-blowing. But again, like I mentioned earlier, we can't tell the sheriff what to do. We can't say, show us that video. And, you know, when you have the district attorney's office siding with the sheriff on it, you know, the next step is going to the attorney general, and it should not take all that for those responsible for this county to view that video.
Anybody else have anything? You want to address something?
Just wanted to touch on one thing. Thank you very much, Commissioner Simmons, for your remarks. I wanted to go back just a second to kind of give a little more understanding to the situation with the PIO and the comments about they should have put a policy in place immediately. So when we came to the court and we asked for a PIO and we began to ask for a communications team, the reason we asked for that is because we are literally inundated with thousands of requests for public information that takes hours for people to pull. We have a small records department. Each member of our records department is assigned to do a certain thing. Part of them are assigned to release public information. Part of them are assigned to make sure that they're keeping the records in an orderly fashion. Our PIO tries to assist them as much as he can, but we receive public information requests from media and from citizens that inundate that team to where they hardly have time to do anything else. As far as our relationship with the media, our team, our PIO we talk to the media every single day and have a pretty open relationship with most members of the media. Most of the time they understand what we can and can't release, but we are willing to talk to them, and I think most of them understand that we try everything we can to make sure that we're transparent and give them what they need. So that, I just wanted to make sure you understood that. He's inundated.
I spent 22 years
Yes,
as
ma'am.
a public information officer without a team. I had an admin, so I 100% understand that job, and I might have my staff go check. I do believe I supported the hiring of a team.
Yes, ma'am.
There you go.
All right, any other comments? All right, we have 4 people signed up to speak to this item. Josh Lucas and Bishop Kirkland are the first 2.
Good afternoon. My name is Josh Lucas. I'm a lifelong resident here in Fort Worth, Texas, Tarrant County. My right to express my First Amendment right. In August of 2022, 2 years ago, the Justice Committee of Broadway Baptist Church sat down with the sheriff to discuss their policies and procedures. It was my first day of school at Trinity River campus at Tarrant County Community College. It was pouring rain. They met with them anyways, and they stayed till 5. In that meeting, they discussed and asked for the policies and procedures, of which they were not given. They were given an inmate handbook, which had no table of contents. There's been a lot of discussion here today about training and policies and procedures. How many of y'all think you should spend more time training your staff or recruiting your staff if you want to develop a great culture? How many think it's training? Nobody. How many of y'all think you should spend more time recruiting? Nobody. Well, here's the fact in the private sector, they'll tell you, the Fortune 500 companies, is that CEOs and leaders of businesses should spend more time recruiting people who are already doing the things that they would like to be done in their culture, rather than training people who are not capable of carrying out what has been demonstrated to them. Our sheriff's training of crisis intervention, whom he just said earlier today he's given to all of his employees, failed. The training failed. There was a man who was killed in the jail. He's inadequately staffed our jail. If you can't develop a culture by employing people who understand what it is to do in the situation when someone is having the life breath taken out of them, there's no amount of training that will change that. And so, I mean, our sheriff's spending time going on hunting trips with Kyle Rittenhouse, who was killed protesters at a Black Lives Matter protest, and he can't adequately staff our jail. I don't see how this is a person who can stand here today and talk about how he's managing his jail well. I mean, the Commission on Texas Jail Standards is a minimum standard in our jail. The disregard for human life continues. And if you can't, there's over 200 vacancies in our jail. 200. They all have to have mandatory overtime, and they can't practice the training that they've already been given. If the sheriff can't do his job, then he should resign. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Following Mr. Kirkland, we have Julie Griffith.
To commissioners, I was embarrassed last week by our sheriff, and you educated me today, Ms. Simmons, because he didn't act like no one holds. The DA was here, but he acted as if no one could hold him accountable. And you educated me today, and now I know why he came in here and he gave y'all his behind the kiss, because you can't hold him to a level of accountability. Yep. And something is very much broken about that. Mr. Ramirez, I respect you. I've known you a long time. I think you should express to your colleagues that I am like a net in your right ear. I will not go away until you do something about the current situation. Transparency. When we say that word, we use it too lightly in this city. We use it as a coverall word. We have, as a village, lost 125.9% in Sheriff Wayburn's ability to be transparent. We have no trust in the fact that he will treat us as if we matter. It is a shame. It is a shame. I had a talk with Dr. Bell a couple of days ago, and I was really confused. And I asked Dr. Bell, I said, why is it so blatant? Why is the disrespect, the disdain so obvious in the city of Fort Worth and Tarrant County? He says to me, well, I won't say what he said to me, but you have the right to do it. You have the right to do it because we've got a community of leaders who treat our village as if they were a Korean store, corner store owner, who come in our village to rape our resources and to leave our village and to allow you people to come down here and act as arrogant and as pompous as our leader in this court, in my opinion, Judge O'Hara. I see you as the leader. And there were people quoting Bible scriptures last week, and people wanted to stop and pray, and all of those great moves of Christianity. It bothers me when they're not convicted by their Christian consciousness to say something about the plight of my people and the black and brown people who are dying in your jail. We are demanding Sheriff Wayborn, if you got to hold his purse strap to make him come and talk to you like a person, and the DA to talk to you like a person, then damn it, that's what we need to do.
Thank you.
Following Ms. Griffin is Doreen Geiger.
Thank you, Commissioner Ramirez. It is a good thing to have written jail policies and procedures. It is a good thing to disclose those policies to the public. And it is a good thing for the whole Commissioner's Court, our elected leaders, to finally get involved in the nitty-gritty of policies and procedures, especially at the jail. How many more deaths in our jail do there need to be? Let's be clear. Yes, this is the reason we need a policy on the release of critical incidents information and video footage. It is to ensure that the Tarrant County Sheriff's Office does its job, provide accountability to itself and to the community on its actions and treatment of the persons in its protection and care. I guarantee accountability will go a long way to stop the deaths. First and foremost on this policy, information release must be timely. What is timely? Let me suggest 48 hours in the case of a death. What is complete? Let me suggest all unedited, unredacted video of the actual incident that are in possession of the Sheriff's Office. Release to whom? Let me suggest, in the case of a death, first to the family, then to the public at large. Now, I'm no expert of any of these things, but critical to all of this is the inclusion of community members in the development of a policy that relates to transparency to the community. Study best practices developed with community involvement from other cities and counties in the nation. May I recommend Las Vegas? Might I even cite Chicago or Los Angeles as potential models? 24 hours or 48 hours or 72 or some specified number of days, or even the creation of a jail use of force review board recruiting members of the public to serve. The point is, the criteria and standards must be developed in view of our community experience and our own stakeholders' interests. Our interest: stop the deaths at the Tarrant County Jail. This community-based policy is only a fractional piece of that goal. Might I add the necessity of other written policies in which jailers are trained that need to be in existence and to be made public in order to stop these deaths. Number one, policies and protocols on the use of force by restraints, chemical such as pepper spray and physical such as chokeholds. Number two, a mission statement of the policy of the Tarrant County Sheriff's Office explicitly communicating its valuation of human life over the use of force in its duty to protect and safeguard those persons who are under its care while incarcerated at the jail, and explicitly communicating the consequences to a jailer for violating the policy. At a minimum, in view of Anthony Johnson's death at the hands of our jail, the full footage of videos taken that day must be released to the public, or at least, as Commissioner Simmons has stated,
Thank you. Your
to
time
the
is
full
up.
closed court. Thank you.
Ms. Geiger.
First, I want to thank my Commissioner Ramirez for agendizing this item. I am very proud that he has done that for the county. A written policy should be included not only in the Sheriff's Department's policies, but also in the employee handbook for all employees. It should be clear, comprehensive, include deadline for the Sheriff's Office to issue a press release within a speedy time frame, and to me that means 48 hours, to the media regarding the death of an inmate in the jail system, in JPS, or in the for-profit jail in Garza County. The family needs to be notified first, but if no family member can be located within 3 calendar days, the county should go ahead and issue the press release. At booking, inmate records should list at least 2 next of kin. All video pertaining to a death should be shown first to the family, then county judge, and every commissioner, then released to the public. Sheriff Wayburn must release the 14 to 15 minute full video of Anthony Johnson's death in the jail. Hold everyone complicit accountable, or else resign now. The purpose of the public viewing the full video is not to disrespect a man who has died. It is to document how long it took for any medical staff to arrive. Until this sheriff can reduce the number of deaths, this court should not approve any travel for him. He needs to stay home and clean up the problems in his jail. The Commissioner's Court should work with the medical examiner's office to ask to speed up the autopsies for inmates. According to the Texas Commission on Jail Standards, there are still inmates who have no cause of death listed weeks and months after death. In one case, it has been 3 years and no cause of death has been listed. Thank you.
All right, next we have announcements and comments from commissioners. Any announcements or comments? All right, seeing none, we move to public comments. First up is Bishop Kirkland. You get 3 minutes. Following Mr. Kirkland is Catherine Godby and Chantel Taylor.
Does anyone find it strange that this Commissioner's Court is begging a sheriff within walking distance of this diocese for a videotape? Am I the only one that finds it strange that in your jail, in walking distance from this court, that the commissioners have to beg a sheriff, an elected official, for a videotape? Let it be known and go on the record. Firing 2 people is crumpets. We don't want crumpets, Commissioner Brooks. We want bread, sir. We want bread. And I know you, and I know your character, and you know me. What I am asking is not strange. To fire 2 people is asinine. There were at least 8 people present. The video we see is from someone's cell phone, not the actual video from the jail. That's asinine. That we have to beg the sheriff to see, and then you use the word transparency, and you won't even show your hands? That's like giving the key to the hen house to the fox. I am imploring this court. I am begging you to make him accountable. We don't have an individual problem in that jail. We have a cultural and a systemic problem in that jail. Firing 2 people does not constitute abating the issue. There has to be an overhaul of the practices. Thank you again, Mr. Ramirez. We need to see. And if your hands are clean, why do you need to hold your hands? Hide your hands. You hide your hands because you know your hands are bloody. That's why you hide your hands. I want this court to know, I want this county to know, the winds of discontentment will continue to blow in this chamber until we have what we're looking for. Last night, a man in Arlington, his mom has been begging the people to get him some help. Could help him. because they hadn't whipped him yet. He hadn't killed anyone yet. Well, now he shoots at a police officer, and now he's dead. Now his mom can get all the help she needs. It is something wrong systematically and systemically with our city, with our county. I am imploring you, those of you who even give a damn, those of you who have a conscience, that think that we have nothing else to do but to come here day after day to say, I will stand up and do my elected job for the constituency of this county.
Ms. Godby. Following Ms. Godby is Chantel Taylor.
Thank you. This morning it was very moving to see law enforcement being honored for people who jumped in and ran into danger to help the officer at the credit union. It was very moving. And I appreciated the video of the Tarrant County inmates rushing in to aid the detention officer that the sheriff showed. I would really like to believe that our sheriff has done things to create a culture that creates caring relationships between officers and inmates. I would like to believe he does the de-escalation thing because he cares that inmates with mental illness might not respond positively to the SWAT uniforms they wear. And maybe that's so. I'm on the outside looking in. I can't know for sure. But I have a really hard time squaring all that with the mission statement from the sheriff's office. The mission statement says that they are protecting by courageously standing between good and evil. And then some good things, with honor and respect and always putting others before self. But what jumped out at me in that mission statement the first time I saw it was that phrase, standing between good and evil. That is a worldview that bifurcates the world. It's an us versus them worldview. And that makes it very hard to see the humanity in everyone. You know, law enforcement has lots of people with great courage that run into danger. Uvalde showed us that not all law enforcement will do that. Courage comes in many different flavors. I'm sitting here this afternoon and I'm listening to Pamela Young and I'm thinking, oh my, that is courage embodied right there. An us versus them worldview does not allow for the complexity involved in seeing the beauty of people with mental illness and IDD. If we got a glimpse of the beauty of their humanity, I don't think we would criminalize mental health and IDD in this county. So I add my voice to a call for Sheriff Wayburn to resign. Thank you.
Following Ms. Taylor, we have Reed Bills. Is Ms. Taylor here?
She's on her way.
Ms. Bills?
Since appeals to the heart to reform our jail intake policies have not been successful, perhaps appeals regarding your fiscal responsibility will. The court has approved paying the family of Zenora Congius $1.2 million to compensate for her death in the county jail. Zenora lived for less than 10 days. How much more will taxpayers need to pay the family of Anthony Johnson Jr., a Marine veteran who lived for 31 years before he died in custody? I have another issue to discuss that just occurred this morning, and that is the new nitpicking policy changes to your audience participation form that has to be signed up before you speak and before commissioners. Just today, there was nitpicking over whether or not to check the agenda item box when you want to make public comments. It is an agenda item. It happens to be item number 14, public comments. So I was called by somebody from the court and told I had checked agenda item under public comments, and I should have checked not agenda items under public comments. That's ridiculous. Further, when I now just looked up to check and make sure what signing up to speak means, you used to go right to the page when you signed up to speak. Today, there were a bunch of gateway clicks you have to go through before you can get to the form. Also, I would appreciate it if you would enable the automatic input that some of us have on our computers to complete the form. One might conclude that you are trying to discourage citizen input.
Thank you.
All right, I now have Michael Bell and Charles Bills.
If it pleases the court, Commissioner Simmons, please know that you have the support of the greater Tarrant County community.
Thank you.
You weathered unwarranted personal attacks simply because of your efforts to provide your constituents with the best representation possible. So thank you. Something is wrong here. Commissioners on this court have voted to cut tens of millions of dollars from affordable housing, child care, and public health funding, while almost simultaneously voting to grant to approve a public improvement district that would net millions of dollars to a contractor who donated campaign funds to Judge O'Hare and Commissioner Ramirez. Thanks to the amazing work of the Justice Committee, United Fort Worth, the Justice Network of Tarrant County, and other folk who refuse to look the other way and continue to call out the criminal injustices at the Tarrant County Jail that have resulted in 65 in custody deaths and counting. The citizens of this county now know that in spite of the repeated inactions of commissioners on this court, that the Tarrant County Jail has become a veritable killing field. Mr. Anthony Johnson didn't have to die. It's obvious to those who watched the limited, partial, incomplete video of his death that it was homicide. De-escalation claims aside, we're still waiting for the complete video to be released. What is Sheriff Wayburn and this court afraid of? What we need is less us against them misdirection, Judge O'Hare, and more transparency. What we need is a plan for how this court is going to help undo the fiasco, which is the Tarrant County Jail. All of this talk about de-escalation and the rosy, idealized picture of a pristine jail doesn't account for nor lessen the tragedy of 65 in custody Tarrant County Jail deaths. Sheriff Wayburn should resign in order to save lives and save money. His portrayal of the county jail as something short of Shangri-La defies logic and is insulting to any thinking person. One more thing. We would that charges against, and this is what District Attorney, charges against Kyrie Campbell be dropped in the interest of justice.
Following Mr. Bills, we have Harriet Harrell.
Well, one thing is, I hate to see is history repeat itself when it should be obvious. When George Floyd was murdered years ago, it should realize that kneeling on people has deadly consequences. And when someone says they can't breathe, we should maybe realize they're telling the truth. I'm not sure how to fix that. But on another note, as far as the there is a good idea that Tarrant County is using, and it's the diversion center for non-violent minor crimes. And it is underutilized. Perhaps when it's somebody needs immediate psychiatric help, why don't we go ahead and send them to the diversion center instead of waiting for them to brandish a knife or attack a cop? That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Following Ms. Harrell, we have Julie Griffin.
Thank you. I'm Harriet Harrell. 2 weeks ago, I spoke with you about Kyrie Campbell, the young man with the intellectual developmental disabilities. 2 weeks later, situation is just the same. As you know and as you've been hearing, his mother has explained that his developmental capacity is that of an 8-year-old, and yet he has been in the jail since December, undergoing competency restoration. He is never going to be competent to stand trial. So, do we all just shake our heads and say, what a shame? Who is going to stand up and do something about this travesty? I understand that you all do not have control over other elected officials. But this is not a situation in which you do not have agency. There is a criminal justice coordinating council made up of the people who have the actual authority to act. Judge, commissioners, Mr. Merritt, it is time for you to take on the moral authority to tell them to act. I understand that Magistrate Judge Hernandez and/or DA Sorrells could drop charges now, and it's important that charges be dropped and that Kyrie be decriminalized, since he's not a criminal, and he needs this so that he can be placed in a state-supported living center. His group home is willing to take him back until that can happen. Among you, the commissioners, and the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council, you have the resources, you have the ability, you have the moral and actual authority. Now, you need the will. 2 weeks from now, what am I going to be saying to you? What is the media going to be reporting? I hope that we will be acknowledging the efforts that got Kyrie out of jail.
Following Ms. Griffin, we have Estella Williams.
In case I run out of time, I'm going to speak my first request first. There is no reason for Kyrie Campbell to continue to be incarcerated with the cognitive state of a child, not knowing where he is or why he is there. I ask the DA, drop the charges and seek dismissal of this criminal prosecution. I cite Code of Criminal Procedure, Article 46B.004E as authority for your action. 4 persons, Chastity Congias, her newborn babies Nora, Anthony Johnson, Kyrie Campbell. A thread flows through all of these individuals' lives, and for some, their deaths. They were incarcerated in the Tarrant County Jail, and the 3 adults suffered some kind of mental illness or developmental disability before ever having encountered law enforcement. Not one of these 3 were jailed for intentional criminal acts. They did not have the mens rea required to prove the commission of a crime. Instead, they were in the throes of behaviors caused by their mental health or developmental condition in a time of crisis. Who are we as a community that we criminalize mental disability? Why is ours a trajectory of prosecution and jailing when treatment and care in community with the appropriate level of behavioral and mental health supports is what we truly desire, what we need, and what we, yes, have the resources to provide to the most vulnerable among us? I think we can agree on that. Yes, every community across the nation seems to be faced with this kind of crisis, but we are strong, creative, powerful. We can lead. Isn't it time we responded with the appropriate remedy and not sweep our neighbors and family members away into a place of violence and hopelessness where a person's health only deteriorates, perhaps permanently, or where he or she will die? The remedy: emergency crisis respite facilities with beds and psychiatric trained staffing, campus settings and behavioral supports at the right level of care for individuals with intellectual or developmental disability. It is time to invest in our community for the purpose of thrival, for flourishing families and communities. It is time for a mental health facility in Tarrant County. We need to build it ourselves. We'll get federal, state, our own county and city taxpayers' dollars to do the job. We'll get the help of the private sector. It is springtime. It is time to plant this seed now. If we spend our money wisely and humanely, there will be no more overcrowding at the jail or deaths at the jail. Jailers and law enforcement can focus on the smaller population, much smaller, that needs its attention: violent offenders, drug and human trafficking networks. Thank you.
Thank you. Following Ms. Williams, we have Merle Glasscock.
Greetings. Waste, fraud, and abuse. Waste, to use something carelessly. Fraud, wrongful or criminal deception. Abuse, the improper use of something, cruel and violent treatment of another person. These three terms fit the situation associated with Kyrie Campbell. Sheriff Wayman, in his absence, what a waste of staff time. If they are performing their job duties effectively, having to perform cell inmate checks for one who should not even be caged in your facility. Sheriff Wayman, committing fraud by deceiving yourself and believing that without adequate and proper mental health care for one who is sitting in your facility, believing that without adequate and proper mental health care, another death will not occur. The death of Kyrie Campbell is inevitable. Mistreatment, maltreatment, utilizing a jail cell designed for one who knowingly committed a crime is characterized as cruel and ultimate form of abuse. Waste, fraud, and abuse. DA Searles and Magistrate Judge Hernandez, it is my appeal to you to drop charges and dismiss the legal case against one who is declared medically disabled due to mental diagnosis and allow him to receive the proper medical care that is needed. Waste, fraud, and abuse. Let this be replaced with morality, with real good consciousness, and doing the right thing for the right reason. I give my time up. Thank you.
Thank you. Following Ms. Glasscock is Susan Alvarado.
Good afternoon. I am Merle Glasscock. I serve on the Justice Committee of Broadway Baptist Church, as well as the Justice Network. My comments are my own, and thank you for hearing the public. I am grateful for the life of Anthony Johnson. By dying, Anthony Johnson is helping to reveal the atrocities that are happening at the Tarrant County Jail. It has taken Anthony's family and the community to get action from the sheriff regarding his death. We need a sheriff who will not let abuse happen. We need a sheriff who will find a path forward to get the mentally disabled, those who are not criminals, out of the jail. And instead of incarcerating a person with a mental illness, create a space where people can be helped and take them there in the first place. With empty buildings all over Fort Worth, some were hospitals. It sounds like many possibilities are out there. As I understand it, money is not an issue. The issue, the priorities of Tarrant County. Thank you. I hope you have listened today.
Following Ms. Alvarado is Pamela Young.
Good afternoon, Commissioners and Judge. My name is Susan Alvarado, and I'm a resident of Northeast Tarrant County. My first real job at 18 was in a state school. This institution was opened in 1918 to remove the people with seizure disorders out of sight. There were no or minimal drugs to treat this at this time. The residential facility was large and actually very adequate. There was a bakery, a dairy, and farming. It was very self-sustaining by those who lived there. Of course, this changed over the years because the prevailing attitude changed about sending people away. When I was there, it was strictly a state school for those with developmental disabilities. It wasn't perfect, but their residents had a place to live. They were not out on the street. Of course, many of them also suffered from mental illness. Jailing those with these disabilities solves nothing. In fact, a recent article by Eric Tars, where he was quoted, he's a senior policy director at National Homelessness Law Center, and he states that studies have shown it actually costs 2 to 3 times more to keep people churning through the jail system, through law enforcement and courts and all of that, than it does to simply provide housing. We can no longer afford the status quo, especially having to pay millions in settlements for negligence in our jails. Thank you.
Thank you. Following Ms. Young is Doreen Geiger. Did I already say her?
According to court records, Harold Kent Roberts was arrested in September 2020 on a charge of injury to an elderly person, allegedly, accused of grabbing and choking a woman in a domestic violence case. She said he was having a mental episode. He was found incompetent to stand trial in 2020. And he was ordered to receive mental health treatment as part of a competency restoration program in 2020. It wasn't until February of 2024 that he was restored. All this time he was in the jail, and when he got, all this time he was in the competency restoration. And when he was finally restored, almost 4 years later, within a week of him being back at the jail from the state hospital, he drops dead. Kyrie Campbell was arrested from a group home, charged with injuring an elder in the midst of a mental episode. Sounds very familiar, doesn't it? It's what I just read. Are we going to be here waiting 3 years. The wait list is 2 years currently for competency restoration. And Kyrie is languishing in the jail. How long are we going to wait for him to go, come back, and die? Does he even get there? Anthony Johnson didn't even get there. He died before he could ever get the help that he needed. And the help that Kyrie needs is not at the state hospital. It is not in the competency restoration program. It is in a state-supported living center. And this body needs to use your influence and your power and your authority to make sure that MHMR, Susan Garnett, Sheriff Bill Wayburn, the staff at the jail, DA Sorrells drops those charges, and Magistrate Judge Anna Hernandez dismisses the case so that we can get Kyrie off of the criminal track. He's not a criminal. He's an 8-year-old who needs care, and get him on to the track for the care that he needs at the state-supported living center. He can't do that if he's criminalized. They bump him off the list if he's on the criminal track. We need to course correct before he dies and get him on the SSLC wait list and get help.
Following Ms. Geiger is Nan Terry.
The DA or Judge Hernandez should immediately drop all charges against Kyrie Campbell. This 21-year-old male has the mental capacity of an 8-year-old and suffers from severe mental illness and autism. Even the juvenile detention center will not take an 8-year-old. He should never have been taken to jail. He should have been taken to JPS and then to a facility that could meet his medical needs more appropriately. This county needs to spend money to develop mental health facilities that are very needed but not existent here. Instead of building a new jail, facilities for persons with mental illness must be built instead. The request to the state for a new mental health hospital should not be limited to only competency restoration. No amount of competency restoration will work for Anthony Johnson or many other inmates.
Following Ms. Terry is Josh Lucas.
If we had available beds in a 24-hour emergency respite center for those suffering in a mental health crisis, where would we be? We wouldn't have approved a settlement agreement for Chastity Conscious today. How many past settlements could we have avoided? You wouldn't have to listen to another legal briefing on Anthony Johnson's death, the latest death in the Tarrant County Jail. Kyrie Campbell would have a place to be. Other IDD detainees have been through the jail competency restoration program. Why? They've never been competent. You talk about waste, fraud, and abuse. Someone who's never been competent, the jail's program's gonna make them competent? I don't know how many IDD individuals are in the jail. Does the sheriff? It's not on the public dashboard. I had a woman call me and say her daughter was arrested in December of 1 year, and it took 11 months through the competency restoration program for her to be discharged to a state-supported living center. Why is the county paying 11 months when the state, we could put the individual there? Again, if we had available beds in a 24-hour emergency respite center for those suffering in a mental health crisis, where would we be? I believe we as a collective, we refer to those suffering from mental illness. We refers to the family of those suffering from mental illness. We refers to the detention officers interacting with those suffering from mental illness in our Tarrant County Jail. We refers to the taxpayers who are paying for the settlement agreements. I think we all stand together requesting more beds for emergency respite care for those in the midst of a mental health crisis instead of languishing in our jail.
Following Mr. Lucas is Chantel Taylor here. Raise your hand if you're here.
He's not here yet.
We're at the end.
Good afternoon. My name is Josh Lucas, born and raised here in Fort Worth. I am expressing my First Amendment right. The meeting today began by Pastor Frank Lipcup reading from James, appealing for wisdom, which is the love of knowledge. And I think there's been a lot of knowledge that's been shared here today, but I would ask us to appeal to care rather than incarceration for Kair. Rollo May describes care as the meeting between love and will. We need a willingness from this court, not a love of knowledge, but a willingness to provide care to those who are incarcerated with developmental disabilities. So I'll read to you John, 1 John. Beloved, let us love one another, for love is from God, and whoever loves has been born of God and knows God. Anyone who does not love does not know God, because God is love. Kair has been sitting in this jail for months now, and he's deemed incompetent. He can't stand trial. He's being held captive. Jesus says, I've come to proclaim release to the captive. This is his thesis in Luke. He speaks to his hometown in Jerusalem. And then his ministry was ended when he was indicted and beaten within an inch of his life, mocked, and hung on a cross and executed by the empire-industrial complex of the Roman Empire. We have an opportunity today to do what is right and what is good, what is godly, to show care to Kair. That's what he needs. He needs love, met with a willingness to do the right thing. We have to appeal to the angels of our better nature rather than to continually disregard human life, particularly those who are vulnerable. Jesus says, what you've done for the least of these, I tell you, you have done for me. And so we can ask for wisdom. I ask for care, the willingness to show love.
All right, I don't have anyone else signed up to speak. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to speak?
Is it afternoon now? Good afternoon.
It is.
It is, yes, good afternoon. My name's Robin Kelly. I make sure I will go the appropriate route the next time, so I won't be in this situation. About 2 weeks ago, I was concerned about what I saw at a meeting here. Came on my radar. So I decided to look up decorum of Tarrant County Commissioner's Court. So my research went to Texas County Progress, which talks about, as I Googled Commissioner's Court decorum, it talked about key questions. Are Commissioner's Court meetings required to be conducted under formal parliamentary procedure or specific rules of Commissioner's Court decorum? Then it goes on to list talking points. Number 6, it says, many counties have decided that it is in their best interest to formally adopt rules of procedures. Conduct, so then I decided to go to Tarrant County Rules of Procedure, or conduct, or decorum. It's amazing when I went there, the first thing I saw, sit there and be quiet. So I finally decided, you know what, I'm gonna go back to the golden rule. Yeah, I'm talking from Britannica, and it talks about the precept of the Gospel of Matthew. It says that in everything, do to others what you would have them do to you. And then it goes on to expound and say this rule of conduct is a summary of the Christian's duty to his neighbor and states a fundamental ethic or principle. So my question to the Tarrant County judge, does sit there and be quiet align with that? Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the audience who would like to speak? All right, seeing none.
Cindy Stormer, Chastity Congeus, we just spent $1.2 million on her, and she sat in the jail for 5 months without a single court hearing. What are the judges doing here? Thank you.
What? Okay.
So I looked down and saw we keep calling for Ms. Chantel Taylor to come, and realized Chantel Taylor is Kyrie Campbell's mother, and she is a constituent of mine in Precinct 2, and I've spoken with her about her son. I've spent a tremendous amount of time on this case, and so I feel compelled to say just a few things with regard to the Campbell-Taylor case. Did not, we have a stack of papers here, and I went, that's his mother. And I know she's at work, and I know she's trying to get here. I have, for those of you who've come again today to speak on behalf of Kyrie, I have spent a tremendous amount of time with the executive director of MHMR, Susan Garnett. I have emailed back and forth with the district attorney about this case. So since it came to my attention at the end of April, I want to assure you that I am doing my very, very best to see about Kyrie and hopefully get him out and hopefully get him to a state-supported living center or at least back to his group home. MHMR has spoken with his group home. They'll welcome him back. The executive director has told me, based on her decades of experience, she's not the psychologist for this case, but based on her experience, it does not appear he can be restored. She was very confident in the fact that his competency cannot be restored. This is a very concerning case. And like some of you mentioned today, I too am afraid he might end up on our list. So hopefully we can see movement, like one of you mentioned, before the next 2 weeks. He's half of his weight from when he went there. Cognitively, an 8-year-old. And last I spoke with his mother was last week when she went to visit him. She can't see him in person. She can't see him in the flesh because they put him in the infirmary, and she's not altogether sure why. I'm told the infirmary is the best place for him. The MHMR director is not sure why he's in the infirmary. But to see him, she has to view him on a computer monitor. Well, when she took off and went last week, this monitor didn't work. And then this monitor didn't work. So she has not seen her child. My youngest son came home from Okinawa, his service over there, a couple days ago. 33-year-old. I hadn't seen him in a year and a half. I'm a mother. I looked my baby up and down, head to toe, a Marine. I wanted to see his broken fingers from when he first went in. I wanted to check his toe. He's like, get away. He's my baby. And this mother wants to see her son. This is a travesty. But I felt compelled to say something because I saw that she was trying to get down here to address this court. I don't think we're going to wait.
All right.
So I am so sorry.
Please remain seated and silent while I read the following. The Commissioners Court will now recess the open session and proceed to closed session to discuss items exempt under sections 551071, 072, 074, 076, 087, and 0725 of the Texas Government Code. We are now in recess. The lengthy one, there's no items to discuss or take action on after executive session. So thank you for watching. Thank you for being here. We are adjourned. There it is.